Hello. This is Dark Souls 3 and it's completely normal. It's not normal. I've already told you it's not normal. But hello and welcome. I just sort of felt like, oh wait, I'm still in the corner a little bit, but I think that might be fine. I forgot I moved myself into the corner for Animal Well, but you know, whatever. It's probably fine. I mean, you can't see the gun, but I don't really use that often. Anyway, this is Dark Souls 3. I just kind of felt like trying a Dark Souls randomizer, so I tried 3 of them at the same time. This is randomizing enemies and items with one, randomizing where fog gates go and making them permanent with another. So it's a little bit like entrance randomizer in other things, but like, yeah. And also the entrances are consistent. You can set it so that like if you go in from one direction, you go somewhere, and if you go back out from you end up somewhere else. You can do that, but I didn't do that. And also, more concerningly, is the Irregulator, which throws the game into chaos a little bit. You'll see what I mean, maybe.
Yes, indeed. It is called Lothric.
Maybe this will enlighten us as to why the souls are dark.
Where the transitory lands of the Lords of Cinder converge.
Might as well watch the intro, right?
In venturing north,
It's been a bit since I've seen it.
the pilgrims discover the truth of the old words. The fire fades, and the lords go without thrones.
Also, let me know how the audio is. The game might be a little bit quiet or something. I don't know.
When the link of fire is threatened,
It's probably fine,
the
though.
bell tolls, unearthing the old lords of Cinder from their graves. Aldrich, saint of the deep,
This guy sucks. Worst guy. Also, very slimy.
Farron's undead legion, the Abyss Watchers.
Nobody should like Aldrich.
And the reclusive lord of the profaned capital. Yom the Giant.
Do you ever just wake up and start yelling? And then catching on fire? I guess.
Only in truth, the lords will abandon their thrones. And the unkindled will rise.
By the way,
Nameless, accursed undead.
if you're wondering how familiar I am with Dark Souls 3, it's been a long time since I played it, but I do have like 400 hours in it and all of the Steam achievements for what that's worth,
Ash,
which might not be a lot, but it doesn't mean I'm like #1 Dark Souls 3 expert. But I did like this game, so that's nice, maybe. Maybe that's good to know. Anyway, here's the character creation screen. It almost looks normal right now. Almost. So, one of the things it does is change starting equipment and whatnot. You can see that the knight has no right-hand weapon and is carrying a talisman and also has a shield and a young dragon ring, I think it's called. As far as what I've checked with this randomizer seed, I did look through all the starting classes and I did look around a little bit in the starting areas, just get an idea of how this works. But so starting stats are the same, I believe. I don't remember what stats are good to put points into in 3 exactly. Mercenary looks almost even more normal, and I think I will probably be going with Mercenary because they've just got like a sensible set of starting gear that actually works. Now we start getting different. We've got someone wearing armor that they shouldn't be able to wear, wielding a Zweihander in one hand, holding a shield backwards. Got a bow over here, backward shield again, funny hat, sword and stave, fair enough. Weird knife, maybe? Holding a great sword with a backwards knife grip, as one does. Now, this is kind of cool in a way, but I regret to inform you that the animations randomized onto this greatsword and the damage numbers make it really bad. It's really bad, unfortunately. Definitely a pyromancer over here. A cleric wielding a lance like a rapier. And Deprived is also over here, wearing notably anything at all. So I'm probably gonna go with Mercenary. Also, I should note, when I say wearing armor that no one is supposed to wear, what I mean is that it's like dummy data that's like unfinished or maybe only for enemies. So female characters have no graphics for it, and this happens. So, you know, it may be possible to become completely invisible. That's probably fine. But also burial gifts. You might notice, first of all, that none is actually giving you a ring, or giving me a ring in this scenario. The life ring is giving me a different ring. The item granting ones are giving me sometimes the item that they say they are, but the item does something different now. I'm gonna go with the rusted gold coin and maybe you'll see why later, because I did check this stuff. Arbitrarily, our character name is Briar, because that's just what appeared in my brain when I was testing this. And I have a very slightly different character appearance that I made in advance. So, Briar the Mercenary, venturing into a world of, something's a little bit weird with the world. Like, more than usual. Let's learn more. At least 3 times darker, maybe. Hello, welcome. So, first point of interest, we're carrying a pyromancy flame, as mercenaries do. It's already plus 10, this longsword is also plus 10, and our weapon name plus 9 shield is also here. Is that good? Maybe. Can't do anything with pyromancy because we don't have any pyromancy. Standard helm Elite Knight armor, Northern gloves, Elite Knight leggings, almost pretty reasonable. No rings, the rusted gold coins I'll get to eventually. But yeah, I've chosen the mercenary because in this land of chaos, they begin in a state that is workable. And also, they begin in a way that displays the range of randomization. Like, this looks normal, but this is not the longsword moveset. This is the rapier moveset, I believe. And I've opened the Steam window somehow. Yes, I'll get to that also. Particle effects are one other thing that is randomized. So, a lot of things will bleed when they don't normally do that. Don't worry about it. It's probably fine. The gravestones also bleed. The dust clouds are normal. I have to remember how to play this game also, because like it's been a while. I didn't remember any of the controls for a bit. And also I've never played this on a Switch Pro controller, which means that some of my buttons are different. Like, yeah, okay. So, once we hold this sword in two hands, you can see something's a little bit more different. I'm holding it like a spear, maybe? I think this is still like an S-Talk sort of moveset. I think. Oh, and also, you know, weapon skills exist. Well, I mean, on this we just have weapon skill, which is nothing, literally. But on our sword, we can shield bash. Oh, this is a legitimate sword fighting technique? That's really cool. I thought it looked like an actual stance you might be able to use. But yeah, we have shield bash on our sword. What's that look like? Oh, you know. You know, shield bash. Everyone knows it. Everyone loves a shield bash. It's fine. I don't know what this skill, I don't know what trait this skill has inherited. Also, that's very loud. I don't remember that existing in Dark Souls 3, but it's probably there somewhere. But hey, cool crossbow, man. Let's see that again. Yup, cool. Die. Everything is normal. So another part of the irregulator, which is the actual name of the third layer of randomization here. By the way, Braille Divine Tone of Lothric, sure, why not? Is one effect of it is changing the properties of all projectiles. That's probably going to be fine. Hey, I thought I locked on the Also, some enemies have blood that's excessively purple now. Don't worry about it. This is still the Ashen Estus flask. That's normal. I can't guarantee I'll be any good at this game either. Like, I've played it for 400 hours and gotten all the achievements, but that was a long time ago. That was like 2016. That's like a million years in the past. You want to see something else funny? The effects of enemy moves are also different. First of all, I'm dying. Okay, I'm not actually dead. So I couldn't show you the funny thing. The effects of some enemy moves appear to be different. The guy who like yells and runs at you and blows up. If you don't kill him immediately after that, because like normally that's supposed to kill the enemy for you. But he'll just like immediately stand up and then like do it again. It's pretty funny. Turn back. Normally there's a fearsome enemy over here, like a giant crystal lizard or something that you can fight this early, but like maybe you shouldn't. It's just a guy now. It's just some fella. Like a fairly scary type of fella, maybe. If this wasn't Dark Souls. Because now I also have like a good shield. Oh, I have a good shield, I say. Unfortunately for you, ow. Hey, this worked better than I tried it before. Unfortunately for you, I know how to circle strafe. Okay, die. And from this we get the small authored banner, which I think is important, but I don't remember. There's a technique involving grabbing the sword by the blade and using the pommel as a club. That's pretty fun. The medieval, used in medieval fighting manuals when you want to end him rightly. Fair enough, I guess. But yeah, holding the sword with both hands for more leverage also seems reasonable. I don't know if I've ever seen either of those depicted in like most media. Also, like, one thing about how I play Dark Souls games is that I don't tend to run past enemies as much as like anyone who plays them a lot ends up doing. Hello. So if I'm fighting too much of everything, that's just how I do. Eventually, maybe I'll start trying to run past stuff more often. But yeah. I'm leaving a trail of purple everywhere I go. Even the bonfire particle effect is a little bit different. Not that one, but this one. I don't know what that's about. You know, just fireball, I guess. It's fine. So, you might also notice that we already had a travel option, which is not normal. This is a feature of the fog gate randomizer, or layer 2 of the randomization, if you will. I call it that because there was an order they were made to be installed in, or like you have to install them in a certain order. I'm pretty sure this is a feature of the fog gate randomizer where you can teleport back to the start point before you have fast travel. So yeah. Layer 1 is the enemy and item randomization. Layer 2 is the fog gate randomization, meaning that destinations are in an odd place. Also, we have a crab here, in case that we just got a big crab. And layer 3 is the properties of animations and projectiles and enemy attacks and so on are different, which is the real chaos layer. By the way, speaking of things, your unarmed attack is included in stuff that has its parameters randomized. So as you can see, in this world, punching is infused with the power of darkness and scales with your faith, which is pretty incredible. Also, just giving me a really good longsword plus 10 immediately is kind of bonkers. And this error shield.
The Dark Hadu.
Oh yeah, also, sword animations for your punch. I'm pretty sure. Like, this is a broadsword or longsword swing. But yeah, unarmed is weirdly powerful. I'm not entirely certain how the hitboxes work, to be honest. That is something we'll have to discover together, I think. Jumping in Dark Souls 3 is weird and bad. Anyway, here's a crowd. Good thing my shield is busted for some reason. Oh yeah, you're here also. So, normally, at this point, we would go over here. There wouldn't be a fog gate yet, There'd be the first boss, Udex Gundyr, or whatever. But no, we're in the Grand Archives now. It's fine, don't worry about it. I am personally a little bit worried that I have starting gear that is too good and it will downplay aspects of the randomization, but you know. If that happens, that happens. I could go the other way, but I do know from already trying a little bit that through this gate, which would normally lead to some kind of boss fight, it's the Fireling Shrine. I chose for every layer of the randomizer, maybe barring the Irregulator, because that's never really recommended, I guess, in the same way. I chose like recommended or default settings for most things, so this isn't as chaotic as it could be. You can choose, for example, to have key items randomized to any item location, which has a parentheses next to it denoting, or saying, over 1,000 checks. That was the princes? That's what I figured. So we don't have the coiled sword yet, so we can't exactly interact with this. But let's see, what does all this stuff do again? So HP, FP, stamina. Stamina and equip load are probably pretty important. Strength and dexterity are going to also be important, of course. Though really anything could be important because we don't know what things are going to require. I mean, things can only require strength, dex, int, and faith. But they can scale on those four things as well. It's possible that the hidden luck scaling could have been randomized onto something. Maybe? But we have the attribute requirements for what we've started with. So I'm wondering if I want to level up like HP, stamina, equip load, etc., or if I want to hold off on all that. Oh yeah, another feature is that what NPCs are wearing is different.
Another one roused from the sleep of death. Well, you're not alone. We gives me conniptions. And they'd have us seek the...
I'm probably not going to be paying too much attention to this story and stuff. By the way, there is another Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls laugh. There's another Dark Souls 3 mod that I didn't install because I don't remember the game enough for it. There's a badly translated mod, which runs everything through a lot of translations, including the NPC dialogue, which is then like voiced by text-to-speech reading it or something. It's a little bit ridiculous.
A pleasure. I am a weapon. I've lots of
you know, also another thing to spend souls on might be whatever is in here. What's in here? Oh, you know, Estus Shard. Also, all items have different functions. Oh, it's the coiled sword for sale. Sure. We could try all sorts of weapons. I don't have a good grasp on what's good in terms of like number. What number do I want to see? This dagger scales a lot if you're smart, apparently, and has innate fire damage. That's probably pretty alright. Parrying dagger. Also, the animations and everything for these are all going to be different too. So, Lothric Knight Sword, Karthus Chattel. I'm seeing some low numbers here. Okay, the Morningstar number's pretty high, but it's got lower scaling. Halberd. Short bow with inherent fire damage? That's odd. I do want to try firing a bow, like at least once. Also, this is really cheap, so you know. I don't know if there's a way to compare to what I'm wearing. Or not. I don't remember. The torch is $5,000 and requires 36 strength to wield and is magical and scales a lot with intelligence. Things are fine and normal. Really, I guess something wise to do would be to check all of the different, like, available things. So let's start using cold coins, which are 5,000 souls each. You know, that's exactly how they always worked. It's normal. Probably should buy that. Let's, I don't know, buy a dagger. I can't buy, oh wait, I can buy arrows. 500 for one arrow and 100 for the bow. That's funny to me. Okay. I'll buy 2.
Ashen 1.
Ashen 1. Ho ho ho. So, short bow. Oh, you know. Is that good? I don't think the short bow works, everyone. I'm sorry to say, I don't think this bow fires a projectile. Well, you got a little bit closer.
5 stretch.
5. You got a little bit closer there, Briar. You're doing your best. So, what about the dagger, though? What's this about? It's a longsword or broadsword or something. I can punch with my shield using it, using weapon skill. So, okay, if you don't have a weapon skill, it just does the strong attack. There's something I neglected to try. Unseen arrow. What does that do? Oh, I see. Of course. Wait, can I? Okay, I can't fire, but I can do this. I can take a look-see through a scope. And wiggle ferociously. That's probably good. Is there anything else to try? I could try all sorts of other things, I suppose. Like, this has a skill. That's probably cool, maybe. I don't know. That's a garbage shield. Maybe you should buy a staff in case of finding sorceries also.
Ashen 1.
There's also probably other stuff for sale at other vendors. Now that's the S-stock or whatever. Okay, doing a spin attack with a tiny dagger is pretty funny. Definitely gonna hit something with that, maybe. Possibly. Alright, let's talk to other people too. There's plenty to see and look around at and do. I can do that. I don't have any spells currently. Okay, you don't have any... Maybe. There's definitely stuff to try. You don't have a store. So, I don't remember if there's anyone else hanging around at the start of the game. I think they show up later, mostly. Like all the people for the convoluted third ending or whatever. They're usually around here somewhere later. I feel like my stamina is kind of lowish, but that's probably just normal. I don't think there's like any items laying around in the shrine particularly early. It is worth noting also that one setting somewhere in all the randomizer settings and whatnot did have a specific note that if I had it set that way, NPCs would not drop anything important, so I don't need to run around stabbing everybody. Oh yeah, I should probably do this. It's probably good. There's also settings in the Foggate randomizer specifically, like it recommends routing in the Firelink Shrine and the Coiled Sword early. So I didn't opt into further complication, I suppose. But okay, now we can just travel to wherever we end up, which is fine. That'll, like, that reduces the difficulty, I guess, but you know. Is there something behind one of these chairs? Like an item, maybe? I don't quite recall. There's something up there on the rafters, but I think you get there from outside? It's been a while since I played Dark Souls 3. This is about the experience and not about being efficient about the experience. So, various ways to fall deeper into the shrine again. And there might be more than one exit to Firelink, or from Firelink, but these will all go different places now, I think. Like the profaned capital, apparently. Alright, sure. That's probably fine, I guess. It's probably fine to be here, maybe. Well, off to a great start. Okay, okay. Can I... Ow. So can I even, like, harm you? Yes, quite easily, actually. It's fine. Well, I went through most of my Estus Flask, but I'm sure that's alright. And there's nothing over here. Great. Also, I will not guarantee that I complete a Dark Souls 3 randomizer run. And furthermore, I am not sure if I want to keep playing Monster Hunter Stories 2. Like, I got kind of distracted from it, so I ended up less interested in it. Blood gem. Also, there's just a dog here. So... Geez, that dog attacked like in one frame and did most of my health. Dancer's gauntlets. Yeah, enemies should scale to like their location in a way. So, oh. Very heavy dancer gauntlets, but also like 1 billion dark resistance and bleed resistance. Fascinating. I still have a medium roll. Probably damage resistance is helpful. I'm just kind of going in arbitrary directions also, because I don't remember where anything is. And also, nothing's going to be in the same place anyway at this point, so, you know. We go where we will, and we see what we find, and we find what we see, and I don't know what I'm saying anymore. And hey, I remember, I don't remember the exact details, but I remember there was one relatively rare enemy type in Dark Souls 3 that I really hated seeing, and now they're maybe going to be in less or more places, so that's great for me, probably. So I guess you can only level up at Firelink, so that's probably important. Stretch out, right? That's normal. Undead Bone Shard, that levels up a bonfire, I think? Is that how that works? Burn and Shrine Bonfire to increase Estus recovery. Oh, well, that's good to find. Tables bleed, as one does. So we're gonna go all over the place and find all sorts of things. Oh yeah. I do kind of feel like I should level up my defensive stats a little bit, considering that dog did 1,000,000 damage to me. Wait, does my sword have bleed on it? It doesn't. Additional effect 000. No bleed on this sword. Good thought, though. It's just a regular sword. Kind of. Like, it's one of the more regular swords I could have after what happened, most likely. Right, you have to talk to the you have to talk to the firekeeper.
Then taken.
The particle effects are randomized. I did mention that, like, visual effects and stuff are randomized, and I think that's the entire reason why the blood. I'm just gonna do something like that for now. I don't remember how to level up well in Dark Souls 3,
Well, I should may the
but it's probably fine. Maybe. So I wonder if... I wonder if... Where is it? So this was one exit, but you can also leave through up here, I think? Yeah, I wonder if this is a different exit for the purposes of the randomizer. I believe the king guy who sells you boss weapons isn't here yet? This is... Okay, this is where I went... Right, okay, so this is the Grand Archives. I don't think the king who sells you boss weapons is there for a bit. But I could be misremembering. This is a direction I explored a little bit more in preliminary testing. Also, I feel like we don't really need to level up attack stats right now. I think this is the direction the game probably expects of me. Because things here are generally... Okay, maybe I'm speaking a little early when I say things here are more reasonable. But things are dying rather quickly. Cool crystal. Anyway, so that's a good example of visual effects being different. Moss fruit? Fair enough. Is it, though? This freaking enemy, though. This freaking enemy. God. Aren't they the ones who, like, yell, and while they're yelling, your HP's just constantly draining? That area is a menace in the normal Dark Souls 3 experience. Let's learn about what moss fruit does when I eat it. Maybe it's normal. It's 20,000 souls. That's probably fine. I love that for me. I am assuming, but I should probably not assume, that these various standard key items for multiplayer purposes aren't different, but maybe they are different. Especially because if you log on to the internet with any mods installed, you get banned forever and they send like someone to your house to kill you forever, and it's you die and you bear the dark sign. It's a whole thing, probably. Or I'm making all of that up. You do get banned though. That part's real. I don't think I grabbed the whoop, I do a roll. I didn't grab this large Titanite shard. It's funny that they gave me a fully upgraded weapon still, but I imagine that it is possible for me to get a weapon that is better. Like, I would assume, I would hope so, even. I definitely didn't explore the roof. I feel a little bit like I'm just sort of rambling, but you know, that's maybe what people watch content creators for, is to hear them say words. What's over here again? Probably an enemy somewhere. Oh. Hello. Goodbye. Stone Great Shield, huh? Wonder how that is. Bad! Lighter, but bad. It's... So, okay. Before I come to that conclusion, I need to remember that shields are also weapons. So how does this work? It does that. How does this work? It does that. These actually ended up with the same moveset, most likely. So it is possible to have a shield that's a stronger weapon than your weapons. Because it's presumably also possible to get a weapon that functions better as a shield. I didn't pay close attention to the guarding stats of the things that the shopkeeper was selling, but for all we know, like, a scimitar could have 100 guard in every stat. Probably not, but I think that's technically possible. Oh, right. So, I think I mentioned it before, probably during Elden Ring, that I don't think I'm afraid of heights, but something about the way that FromSoft specifically loves to make rooms where you're on really high up, like narrow platforms above a giant drop, I don't like it. I don't appreciate it when they do that. It's not great for me. But what's this? Great. It's poop. But what does poop do in this world? Maybe it's different. It's probably different. No, don't! No, gross! It's 20,000 souls, but well, clearly it's something else in this universe and not fecal matter, and it's fine. There's an angry dog. An angry skeleton dog. Alright. I'm gonna be too careful. I'm gonna walk over here real slowly and get the soul of an unknown traveler, which is probably like a throwing weapon or something now. I don't know. That drop is not as safe as it looks. This should be fine. I don't like it. I dislike it. I don't see any other items in the rafters. I think I can drop down over here. Ugh. And then over here. And it's fine. Also, weird skeleton. I don't see a connection between... Oh, octagonal stick gates. That makes sense, actually. Oh, the branches. Those are used for, like, petrified? No, that's a consumable. Okay, I should probably... I just ate that, and it didn't do anything obvious. Great, what's this do? I've gained an armor buff of some kind. Maybe I should be, like, noting these things down. What is this? What does this do? The item randomizer is just making me shove random things into my mouth like a baby. I don't know how I feel about this. I think the way I feel about this is that I shouldn't do that, because that's not sanitary or responsible. Oh. At least everything dies in one hit. Because I was given a broken sword immediately. Oh, right. I could have ended up down here in a different way. Also, press A to dunk your head in wax. Blorp. One of the button prompts of all time, maybe. Kick ladder. Ow. I think this was... Yeah, this is Lightning Blade. And I did go over here before. And then Slave Knight Gauntlets. I actually don't think the wax head is an equipment slot. Okay, these are lighter weight, and they're... Oh, that's a lot of poise. Oh, these have even more poise though. I don't remember... I think poise is bad in 3. Am I remembering that wrong? I don't know. Someone's making a lot of noise over there somewhere though. I think poise is like broken in 1 and then like useless in 2 and then like still kind of bad in 3 or something like that. I don't quite remember. That feeling when you die while painting the wall and ceiling green. Oh, right. This enemy type I don't remember is the one making all the noise. Also, there's hand. I think the wax head makes you immune to the ghost hands or something like that. Yeah, it does. Well, anyway. Oh, there was also a dog here. And some skulls. And the Titanite shard. Yeah, dunking your head in wax makes you immune to the skeleton hands. What's this do? I don't know what that icon means. I don't recall. There is part of me that is thinking that that is the icon potentially for Ring of Have a Bad Time as a challenge, but I might be incorrect. Because there usually is 1 or 2. I got spooked by those hands. There's usually 1 or 2 of those. The online item that enables more invaders, that also seems probable. So it is kind of a Ring of Have a Bad Time, but not. I really need to try the various other items that I have that I'm assuming have their default effects. Like, it'd be really funny if the dark sign could be ow, ooh, ow, oof, ow, owie, ow, oof. Okay, so the candle doesn't last forever. That's good to know. I forgot. I should go dunk my head in wax again then. Before I burn the candle at both ends. That barely makes any sense at all as a metaphor to apply to the situation. Did I go over here yet? I sure didn't. Right. I did go over here a little bit in preliminary testing. Weird statue. This is a squad of dudes. They're gonna die though. Also, Aldrich's Ruby. Also, we have a spell. It'd be really funny if they gave me like the best sword in the randomizer seed right away. Stop rolling! What do you think this is? Dark Souls 3? Wait a minute. So, fun thing about rings, the item effect is going to be wrong. We can see from equipping this that it weighs a little bit and has no other obvious effects. I don't know what this does. Do I have any other icons now? No. That's probably fine. I guess we'll leave it on. What could go wrong, after all? Tiny Beings Ring. I forgot what that is. Is this... Have I been up here? I'm already getting turned around. Is this a different roof or the same roof? I think it's the same one. Yeah, that looks like it's the same roof. Because I've been running backwards through this area. Yeah, okay. I definitely do not recall such a ring. Oh, what were you laughing at? What did I do that was really funny? I didn't even realize I did something. Was it that, what do you think this is, Dark Souls 3? It is Dark Souls 3, for the record. Oh, the randomizer, oh yeah. I mean, it is. That's factually correct. I have 50,000 souls. And, maybe I will double check to see if the boss item guy is around. Or I'll just start dumping more points into my defensive stats. Like, oh, you are there. I don't know if you'll sell me anything yet.
Oh, that look if not a
No, you don't sell me anything yet.
now.
Because I have to kill a boss first. I'm gonna save consumable items that give me souls, but I am going to... I might as well, so I'm not carrying a billion souls everywhere, right?
Farewell, Acme the...
They can't hurt to have those stats, surely. I suppose I could also be pumping the stat that scales the best with the sword that I started with, but I don't know if I want to do that yet. Also, we did get 2 spells. One of them I can't try to cast, but I can try to cast Great Soul Arrow, and that'll probably be a hoot and holler type of scenario. I feel as though I should not cast it in the presence of friendly NPCs, in case the effect of it is to obliterate all of them for some reason. I'm gonna go back to where I just was, I guess. Ah, Marth's favorite sword. Great! I love... Actually, that's good. I was like, oh, I love spell of give myself all the status effects, but that's actually a representation of how I am now resisting a lot of status effects. So Great Soul Arrow is status resistance buff. I think. Yeah, okay. It did not like build up the meter more to cast it again. Also, it's got some kind of gross effect a little bit, but that's probably fine. I don't remember what that effect is equivalent to, probably a ring, but yeah, it's an alright thing to have on demand, I guess. Oh. Yeah, alright, sure. Sure, man. I mean, I should have expected this, really. Also, wait. Wait, hold on. It randomized your name. You are in the place of Aldrich, so you have the title Devourer of Gods. Even though you're definitely not. But you're in the place where Aldrich is. And also, when I tried to attack you, I fell over? I think. But hey, you're directly next to a save point, so that's cool, actually. That's fine. Let's give that another go. Oh, is this like a boss room side? Wait. Wait. I can't hurt you. So I literally bounce off and get damaged if I attempt to strike this boss? Is that a normal feature of Aldrich, that you like have to have a key item or something and I don't remember this? That's entirely plausible. Let me give that one more shot. Is there any boss that does that? Maybe that feature got randomized onto this one? Or is it contact damage I'm taking? It's contact damage. It's not... Okay, it's not that I'm bouncing off. It's that you have hitboxes for existing for some reason. Because enemy effects are also random, I think, is the deal here. I did a lot of damage when I did hit you, though. Yeah, like super cold, like shockingly so. Like, So, I'm not good at this game. I don't remember how to play it. Oh, right. Vort does have a damage aura, I think. I think this is phase 2? But I could be wrong. So, I think I can manage this, and I'm not losing that much for trying, so... I think there might be a weird damage aura thing. I think this might be doable with some kind of change in strategy. Like, how heavy is this? Pretty heavy. I don't remember what counts as light load. I think this is it. This had a longer reach. Let's go evasive on this one a little. A little bit, but not too much. Apparently. I'm trying to work out what's happening exactly. Ah, the damage aura! It got me! Okay, there is a phase 2, because Vort was doing a power slide. Yeah, we can definitely do this if I can get into a position to strike, and then just, like, mash the button until the boss is gone. I think this should be completely doable. It's just very strange. Like, maybe if I move around to your side here, if that's even possible or plausible. No, the damage aura is, like, more concentrated in your hitbox. That makes sense, I guess. Hello! Sorry, I saw the hello carving and I had to say it. You know, technically speaking, I guess casting Great Soul Arrow here would be helpful. No, it actually doesn't give me frostbite resistance. Never the frick mind.
Hello.
Thank you. That's good. It doesn't give me frostbite resist. Well, yeah, it does actually. Maybe that'll do anything. I don't know. I don't know if I have anything that's particularly lightning resistant either. Bonk. Maybe I just don't fight this boss right now. Also, maybe that's also possible. That could also be a wise choice to do. Maybe I'll find a ranged attack of some kind eventually. It's locked. Okay. Yeah. So I don't have any particular elemental resistance against lightning available. I have a pretty good lightning resist gauntlet already, I guess. Is there any chance that the ring that I don't know what it does is somehow causing this boss to delete me? No, it's not the ring. It was worth checking. Also, it's helpful to die a lot of times because then something else happens in the world somewhere, probably. But yeah, Frostbite's a status, and like I can use Great Soul Arrow to resist status. So like that's something, but yeah. All right, so maybe we don't go here yet. Maybe I should keep notes. I will write down that the Grand Archive is where Vort has the kill you aura, so I don't want to be there. I did specifically put notes in the image that I made for the game of the day thing because maybe I wanted to take notes. Also, it's important that you can do this. How heavy was the shield again? Heavy enough. Oh, the Pyromancy Flame has 100 physical block. And is also very strong. Maybe I should be making this usable? I don't know if I can... Well... I don't think you can block with this, actually. Fair enough. If it's in my main hand, can I, like, punch with it? I don't remember. Okay, I can do a hit with it, technically speaking, but I don't think that's helpful. It's funny how the Sorcerer's Staff appears to have 0 weight. So that's good, I guess. Oh, wait, what does Steady Chant do? I think that's just a magic buff, so, you know. I don't think that's gonna help me a ton. Anyway, I feel like I've heard of Cobalt 60 before. I feel like you may have even brought up Cobalt 60 recently, but I don't remember the details of it. It would also work if we got a weapon that was even, like, just really, really strong and killed the boss in one go, or like one hit or something. Oh no. Well, that's fine. I can just climb up the ladder again. Ah. Yeah, that sounds probably what the boss was doing. It's really funny that it's still really funny that the boss title got randomized, by the way. Also, it seems like my my spell does not last a particularly long amount of time. What we need to do is find a miracle catalyst to see what Thunderblade does. Oh, I also meant to check what these do. I can't use this. I can't use that. I can use the dark side. I can't use these because I'm offline, presumably. Unknown effects. Fair. Right, that we tried that. I thought I already used that. Weird. Okay, I think the dark sign is just normal. I don't think the dark sign was edited. Let's just explore in a direction until something happens. Like a rat. A rat could happen. A big rat could happen. A heckin' big rat. And some throwing knives. And a shield. I think I might just be better served by not trying to use my shield and just like going rushdown mode on everything. I'll try that until I regret it. We got a skirt. I forgot about the jump scare dungeon. Yeah, man. Cool bow. Sick great bow, my dude. Are you gonna like wander over here? I can't help but wonder if this will kill me if I touch it. I think this is the prank jump scare dungeon a little bit, yes. So, why is this showing me your health bar whenever you cast it? Oh. I forgot you could just immediately switch back to your sword. I was trying to get you to shoot me with that so I could divine the properties of it, but you know. Oh. Well, that's very kind of you. Okay, so what does this do? I think an ember is normal? What does this do? Ah, the throwing knife of 7,500 souls. Got it. The black firebomb does the weapon power-up animation, but has no actual effects, to my knowledge. What else did we find? We found multiple shoes. A skirt of poise. That seems good. I'm not blocking though, so maybe it's not actually. We also found... Those are some heavy shoes. But actually, I think the skirt is good because this is fashion souls. Oh. Well, it's alright. There's no actual shoes in it. I don't want to be walking around in a randomized world without any shoes on. That's not sanitary. Look, I'm already covered in purple. You don't know what this purple is. It could be anything. All right, what's in this jump scare jail cell? Jump scare jail cell, by the way, rejected Donkey Kong Country level name. Didn't make it past the design phase, I don't think. Old wolf curved sword, you say? What's that all about? Let's take a look. Okay. It's I mean, nothing. It's a sword for smart people. It's got pretty good block for a sword. It's... Wait. I think it doesn't weigh anything? Yeah, this is a weightless sword. It's got the shield moveset for when you have it in your right hand. So it's bad. This might not even have a hitbox. It can do a spinning slash. Unfortunate. I mean, I could use it as a shield, I guess. But no. I don't think I even need to have the staff equipped right now, truthfully. Oh no. Wait, I can get there. Yeah, the look at my cool sword stance. It's very powerful. Ah, this is locked. But there's an enemies in there. I know that. And this is... Oh. Onikiri and Ubadachi. That's one of the power stance replacements. Katana paired, because they don't have power stancing in this game. But they do have the fencing katana. You know it. Also, holding the katana like this, I think, is not normal. That's the wrong button. Ah, and when I dual wield the katanas, I actually just hold the regular katana like this. I mean, it's still kind of... So the other katana is entirely for show. Like... Okay, so this has bleed on it and lightning damage. It has worse scaling. And has... If I did power this up, it could be pretty decent, though. Durability is pretty bad. I don't know. Give it a shot for a little bit. Ah, slug. I mean, sharp gem. Oh. I don't know if spinning slash will be of any practical use. Oh. What the heck is this? Hold on. I don't think I tried that button with my longsword. Okay, I can block with the longsword. And it's very normal to do that. But I can't block with the paired katana. I can if I'm not actually... That's because I can block with my hand. But if I'm quote-unquote dual wielding the katana, I have this, which I think is probably nothing. Okay, it does damage. Ow, 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 hold on. Hey. Freaking chill out. Crestfallen Knight. What's that one about? Sure, I don't know what that means. Okay, so the strong attack for this weapon seems pretty good. But like the light attack seems like it has a wonky hitbox. I guess I should also... Like, I don't know exactly how the moveset randomizer works, but there are various other attacks to consider. I don't know. Titanite Scale and Flynn's Ring. Lowering equip load increases attack. I don't know if this is the case still. So I can... If I change... Oh. I can see that Aldrich's Ruby increases my attack power for everything, for some weapon. For some reason. Oddly enough, it only increases the attack power for 2 out of 3 of my unarmed left hand. So that's normal. Does that... Okay, so Aldrich's Ruby has become Flynn's Ring, I think. Because we can see my attack power moving around when my equip load changes. So, okay, we know what that does. We don't know what this does anymore, though. Does it have an icon? It does. It increases my Estus healing, I assume is what that means. Alright. So we can sort of divine what rings do a little bit. My sword is very purple now. And also, this is actually lighter weight, so... Like, this is weird. I assume this is a parry? But I'm not good at parrying, so that's not particularly helpful to me. By the way, mimics are randomized. I just remember that feature. Fun feature fact. And there's a chest there, so. Covetous Silver Serpent Ring +3. Okay. And by that, you mean big damage absorption for all physical. Like, big. Very many. Like, look at... I'll observe the numbers as they go up by, like, 15-ish. Sometimes less. I don't remember how to divine if a mimic is a mimic. I think you can see it breathing and the chain looks different. This one's fine though. You can also try stabbing it. Lorian's leggings and court sorcerer robe. Okay. I mean, this does have lightning resistance. If I'm basing the idea of... Okay, there's stuff approaching me. Hold on. There's a gross wiggle worm man over there who I need to deal with. Stop wiggling. I'm trying to look at numbers. I'm basing the idea that that boss is doing lightning damage to me entirely on... Hello, skeleton. Entirely on the sound effects, which I don't know if that's a reliable indicator. Also, I guess it's possible that various armor could have effects, but I don't think so. I don't know, actually. Someone's mad on the other side of the wall. This much we know for sure. I don't think armor typically has other effects. I think, this has more frost resist also. I think, like, shields do sometimes, because there's the stamina shield and all that. But I don't think armor has built-in effects most of the time, if ever. If the end of the chain points toward the chest and it's safe, if it points towards you, it's a mimic. I thought it was something with the chain, but... Soul of a weary warrior. Okay, what does it mean if I can't use a consumable? What does that suggest the effect is randomized to? Ah. 'Tis you. The asylum demon-ish. You're just over here, I guess. That's fine. Something died somewhere. Things are continuing to die. There's a lot of things going on in this. Things are continuing to die. I definitely don't remember how to play Dark Souls super optimally. I didn't realize you were doing an attack. I thought you were just turning around. Unfortunate. That's fine. I think the longsword is probably a more reliable weapon for right now, still. Also, given how many items seem to have been randomized into giving me a lot of souls instead of anything else, it's probably not a major concern. I think this is an entirely different path. This is how I got up here, actually. It's probably not a major concern to die. What? And am I the only one who doesn't know how to play Dark Souls? Hello, though. Welcome. This is Dark Souls, and it's incredibly not normal. right now. I don't think I went over here. I'm just kind of going in arbitrary... Oh, there's a thing over there. There's a lot of things over there, actually. I'm going in arbitrary directions and seeing what happens. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I didn't go this way. Hello. Hello, monstrosity. Do you know the times? No, you're actually befuddled by this small hole in the floor. No, you're not as befuddled as I believed you to be. Well, okay. Is Great Magic Barrier It's a miracle. I need a miracle casting option. You also gave me another Soul of a Weary Warrior, which is a consumable I can't use. I don't know what that means. Can I put it in a slot? I can, but it's not usable there. That's fine. Oh, free Twinkling Titanite. That could be particularly useful at some point in the future. I vaguely remember this configuration of hallway. Oh, there's a hole there. Oh, it's the Grody zone. I don't love to be in the Grody zone where everything kills me, including the floor. I don't know why I'm singing. Sometimes you just have a little sing-along with nobody but yourself. Well, I can pick up the items that are around here while I slowly die of toxicity. Dark Souls is famously known for having swamps in it. Skull Ring. No. Grave Warden Hood. No, I say to someone as they yell and sprout bird wings, you're not allowed to do this. Now, I have nothing against people who would like to sprout bird wings, but I did find a spear ornament, and I don't know what that means. I think that's probably also a ring that's normally associated with the Covenant that's in the DLC. I can use this. Is that good? That's 20,000 souls again. I can't use this. Oh, this is... Oh, no, it's not an actual ring. It's just a consumable associated with the Covenant. So this is probably a Covenant item. Okay, so... Skull Ring. Easier to be detected by enemies. And by that, we actually mean that your item discovery goes up by 50. Cool. Also, I have a hood. I guess I probably should be wearing a helmet of some kind. Maybe. Oh, I'm dying. I was looking at my inventory. I forgot I was dying of poison. God, that would be a pretty good quote-unquote Dark Souls parody, I think. That would be fun. Do I have... I have not found any pants that are lighter weight than what I currently... I need to remember to... Because I have the lower equip load equals higher attack power effect. I need to, like, work around that for the time being. Right, I went over there last time, or the first time. And then I went elsewhere, a lot. There's a lot of places to go from this particular waypoint, it turns out. Now, I mean, I could lean into the equip load thing by just removing all of my equipment. But I'm not going to do that, because I would also like to have defense, and I also don't want to be naked. It seems like some of the enemies I killed around here are the permanently dying sort. Can I do a jump? I sure can. Hawkwood Swordgrass. What's that again? That's a key item. Apparently. That's good. Don't worry, I'm blocking. I will guard against all attacks. Okay, there's Gross Swamp. So you can sort of go in there voluntarily from this point. Large soul of an unknown traveler. I think this was actually the area I was talking about when I said there was one really gross enemy type that I didn't like running into, even like back when I originally played this. This is one of the places where they're at. And well, they might not be here right now. I forget the details of this enemy, but I know that they're loathsome. The digital monsters? Instead, there's a funny rat. There's just like a regular rat. Like, this is literally one of the rooms where they'd be, and there's just a rat. I find this to be preferable. Oh, they got a lot of digits. That makes sense. Sage's Coal. That's potentially useful if I do infusing, I guess. Ember. Herald Helm. It's very slightly heavier, but like better in a number of ways. And it's more on brand with the rest of my equipment. Maybe. I feel like I'm constantly expecting this various pottery to cause me problems when I break it, but I might be misremembering a different thing. Oh. Hey, man. I guess that looped around. So, okay, we got some stuff from there. There's definitely pottery of, like, it contains kill you gas. Or, like, curse. Or petrification or something. Somewhere. In one of these. Looks like I don't go this way. Alright, fair enough. I could go collect my souls, I suppose. Or attempt to do so. I'm very purple and green right now. There might also be something else in these twisting tunnels somewhere. Do not know. I can probably make this jump. Whoop. But I don't know if this is anywhere new. It might be. No, I was just over here. Yeah, there's something different if I go around this way, I think. Wait. Is that just a mimic that was randomized to be randomly one of the swamp enemies, and there's just this box sitting in the muck right now? I just noticed that. That's pretty funny. It was that. Okay, so enemies can just be replaced by mimics. That's really funny. Some of the options related to mimics, by the way, were all treasure chests are mimics and impatient mimics, which I assume means that they just don't bother pretending to be boxes. Which is funny as a concept. I feel like that kind of defeats the point of the enemy, but it is funny as a phrase. Impatient mimics. I see you. I don't know if you'll give me anything. Because I think enemies can just be those now. Oh. I got the punch glove. But who knows what the heck the punch glove is in this reality. So I'm dying of poison. And I can't really do much about it, as usual. Tell me about punching. You have to have faith to punch with fire. That's fair. It's the shield animation again, I think. Yes, it is. Except when it's not. Captain Falcon does seem like a faith build, potentially. I think fire is typically tied to faith. Which makes sense given the lore of a Dark Soul. So these souls are basically not something I can expect to hang on to. Given the environment that I'm finding myself in, generally speaking. Okay, this is actually, I've already been over here. I could attempt to get back to the bonfire with no healing while dying of toxic, but I don't think that'll work out. I mean, I can get closer to it and make the souls more retrievable, I guess. I don't think that's a practical expectation. Wait, I didn't get something important up here. Oh wait, you have to like fall down from above. There was more I could do over here. Quick, grab the important item. It's a chime. And also I got Mortician's Ashes. So I can get more stuff at the store. I think the chime means I can try miracles though. So I think that's a, like it is a chime. I don't have the means to use it properly, but I think that's a yes. I can hit with it though. Gentle prayer.
Underscore 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 ding underscore.
I don't know if this does anything, but I can ring a bell. Ring-a-ding-ding. Anyway, well. We have some spells we can try. I think. Wait. Do these spells have requirements then? This doesn't. Wait, is the chime... No. Do you have to have the requirements for a chime to be able to cast spells with it at all? That would make sense. But I can cast this one. Is that good? What did I just do? Okay, so I need 14 intelligence, 12 strength. I can probably manage that. Okay, that was some kind of buff because the charm is now glowing. Oh, this might not be castable because it's looking for a weapon to infuse. Actually. Yeah. That's not lightning. But it did something. I don't know what this means. I don't recall this effect. But it's very sparkly. Anyone know what this is? I have no backseating, but I need to know what the sparkly sword means, probably. It does seem like a holy blade of some kind, but I don't know whether or not it actually does anything. I don't recall there being a holy blade spell. Oh. Yeah, okay. You have to hold it down for long enough to actually have it trigger. Hey. Well, I think that did more damage than normal. Maybe. I think there is something I could probably find by going this way somewhere. Yeah, it has like a continuous cast animation, so if you just tap it, it doesn't... Oops. Well. Yeah, I think the damage increase is real. But I don't know by how much. Okay, maybe we can... I don't know if the damage is consistent among enemies. It does seem to do more damage, but I don't know... Because I think they took 3 hits before? Yeah, between me not remembering much about Dark Souls and also everything being scrambled in ways that I'm not familiar with, this is interesting, probably. It's also possible that the damage bonus isn't as pronounced because I don't have the stat requirements. I feel like that analogy makes like a little bit of sense to me. Like something about it is like I should be familiar with both of these concepts, but I don't entirely know how they work together. Or something like that. There's other stuff up here. Okay. Don't know what that does. I don't think that did anything. I do remember that, I think. And then Tower of Draga is like a arcade game type thing. I got a heal somehow. That's good. Oh. Well, that was kind of like a success. Right, you. Well, I can't deal with you in this state. Hey, embers don't heal you. I thought maybe they did, but I was thinking of humanity, I think. And maybe they don't now, I don't know. I didn't know that about Tower of Draga, so. I've learned something. Oh, the chime is, not being stored in the normal place for the chime to go. It is floating. Held in an invisible tail, perhaps. Normal.
Ah, gracious. Let this. I only hope the.
All right, what new prizes you have? I can buy sunlight metals or pine resin, or a ritual spear fragment. Wait, an unlimited use like magic item that scales S rank with everything? I don't remember this at all. I can buy chameleon or replenishment. I can buy various other weapons that may or may not have any value. Also, it costs 50, so I don't know what that's about. I think this is the one I can't actually make use of, so. I bet this is gonna be super garbo. Let's try it out. Yeah, that makes sense. Cathedral Knight Armor is very low weight for a bunch of bonuses. That seems good. Eventually. It would have been really funny if the loincloth weighed like 1,000,000. A loincloth made of lead or something. Right, the torch requires 36 strength to wield. That's silly. I'll buy that, sure. Sure. I might as well try other stuff. Maybe. This doesn't seem particularly impressive. Quakestone hammer. Eyes of a Firekeeper. Sure, I'll buy that, I guess. Maybe the Prism Stone does something weird. I should check that too. And why not? I'll just spend a lot of money. Right, that's a buff. That's some other buff. Unfortunately, this is $20,000, so just get that out of the way. A rusted coin makes me do that, I guess. I also eat the rock. I shouldn't do that. But I can't use the ritual spear fragment. Maybe you have to like be in that covenant or something. I'm not sure. There's two versions of it. Oh. Yeah? Ah. So this is not good. This is the same animation that greatsword I held with the dagger grip had, so that's bad then. Okay. They require membership. I guess that makes a lot of sense, probably. All right. Well.
Ah.
We should probably sell equipment that's bad, so I don't ponder it. This might be okay. This isn't good. This also doesn't seem good. This is also not usable. We have all the casting items, so we can try any flavor of spell that appears, I guess. Is there anything else that I want to try purchasing? Not really.
Ashen one.
Very bulky armor for how lightweight it supposedly is. Also funny without a matching helmet. So, okay. I assume that I just simply will not be able to cast this. Correct. So in that case, I need 12 faith and 15 intelligence to try these out.
As predict them to
Hey, you want
Ashen one. Are these eyes? How
Is this good?
gracious of thee, Ashen one. The very things we firekeepers have been missing.
This is a really... Well, here's my favorite song in the game. The Did I Mess Up song. What have I done? .mp3.
Very well. Then touch the darknet, take nourishment.
But, yeah, there it is. It's still going. I think it was 12. No, it was 12 faith. My character's wiggling.
Farewell, mayst thou.
Well, I need to focus on faith and intelligence for a little bit in order to try spells. But Lightning Blade seems like it's something. Yeah, this song, like the first time I gave over the Eyes of the Firekeeper and this started playing, it was pretty impactful to me. Because it's a very like, oh no, sort of moment. I want to see what happens if I try to fight this boss again with this weapon buff that I don't know what it does. Maybe it'll be anything. I have a little bit better armor and like gear. A little. Yeah, I don't think this weapon buff actually does anything. Oh, it faded away. I think it improves my damage by like the tiniest amount. Or something. It is cheap. I wonder if the cost is like directly related to the value in some way. I can't go this way, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah. So I don't think that weapon buff is actually that powerful. I gotta try and land a hit. I don't think it does anything, actually. I think it raised my damage by like 2 at most. I do have an attack that does seem to be able to hit this boss without me getting hit by the aura and also flinch them occasionally. So I might be able to win? Maybe. It's theoretically possible. If I would stop rolling into Bort, that might help. I'm pressing the wrong button, by the way. Maybe not. I feel like I need a gun. I don't know if I have a gun in my future. It'd be really funny if I did. Alright, so what options do I actually have at this point? There's no other exit from the cemetery. But maybe I just need to like... Right, it's gonna be sad times all the times now.
What us asking us to talk.
Maybe I just check for other paths, because I don't remember where everything is that well. There's a bunch of stuff somewhere this way, I think. Yeah, I haven't gone this way. Sellsword helm and large titanite shard. Oh. A surprise skeleton. Isn't this the path to like... No, I don't think this is actually the path to anything. There's stuff here. Ember. I don't know if Ember has any use in this run. Presumably, if one were to randomize Dark Souls or some similar thing on a regular basis, they would probably not choose the randomize what items and movesets do feature. they would instead have knowledge of what anything was and did. And utilize this for purposes. Things are normal in this room. Oh, I got startled by that. It seems like the basilisk isn't doing petrify. That's good. Probably. Yeah, you just hurt me. That's preferable. Alright. Well, that was a bit of a mess. Wait, hold on, what was that? Sorry? Well, we got the Soul of Aldrich. Is that good? Oh, a box. A regular box, in fact. Court Sorcerer gloves. They're pretty good. It seems. At least decent. Presumably I can give the Soul of Aldrich to the guy in Firelink. And that might do something. Or I could try consuming it and find out that it's a throwing knife and does nothing, or something like that. I already went over here. Oh wait, no, there's other places I can go from here. Don't pay attention to me. I'm just a lady who doesn't understand anything that's happening. Here's the powerful dog. I did go this way to some degree, but I might have perished in doing so. No, this is actually back here. That's fair. I do see another item over there. Let's go see if I can give that Soul of Aldrich to the guy. That seems like important to try. Maybe. I'm gonna be surprised by the music every time. Right here.
Fret not, fret, for I knowest thou 5 through the fast Arian, so it is I may be
I can't give you the soul.
Lord of sin, choose thy fate all the more.
I can't give you the soul? So what does it do? It does give me a prompt. Is there some sort of condition to being able to give that to that guy that I don't recall? That's an actual question if anyone knows. I don't think there's gonna be anything else in Firelink Shrine anywhere. So I'll hold off on using the soul, at least for now.
Ah, 'tis good, wasn't he?
I can give you a coal.
Well, well. I'd heard one of the crystal. I said, you should know. Hardly. Prithee, be careful. I don't.
Wait. Okay. I thought it was just gonna let me use the bone shard infinitely or something. So, oh, hold on. Soul of Aldrich. How do you unlock soul transposition? You must have the transposing kiln. Oh, right, okay. So we're missing a key item to be able to use that soul for a purpose. Fair enough. There has to be another way I can go in one of these places, or I am expected to be able to beat that boss fight. I think I have to beat the boss. I think I have to somehow win. Unless there is a path I don't recall. So here we are for the next hour, maybe. Well. Okay, I don't know where the aura is at this point. Actually, because I was like very far away and I got hit, so I don't know if this... I'm unclear about how feasible this is. Okay, I can't open these doors. Yep. Maybe there's something else if I turn around and go back this way. So the irregulator does not like randomize things to be... It doesn't really take part in the logic part of a randomizer, I assume. By which I mean like... It doesn't care that I made the first boss unwinnable by mistake. That's just how things are now, and get pranked. Me. So, according to randomizer logic, I am probably supposed to defeat that boss, but it might not be possible. Unless I can find somewhere else to go. Or some very cool weapon. I suppose. That's also possible. Hey, I've definitely gone down here. Is there anything else on this roof? And I also did say I'm not like committed to completing the randomizer. Here's something. It's a large titanite shard. So if it turns out to be like immediately unwinnable, that's just how it is, I guess. Sometimes things just are that way. Maybe. There's a lot going on around here, though. Maybe there's somewhere I'm missing. Like, I've been over there. This is already where I just was. Back over here is just the way to Firelink. So that's nothing. I guess I could also try blocking the damage aura, but I don't know if that's possible. I don't think I tried that. I mean, I do have a freaking shield. I can do this. Is this anything? This might make me able to, like, tank through it. Actually, I don't know how this works or what this even is. Really? Yeah, there's nothing else over here. I think I have to beat the boss. Also, I think if I want to revert sad mode, I can kill the Firekeeper. But I don't... There's not really a reason to do that, actually. It's just a thing I'm thinking about because I made it sad mode over here. I made everything very sad. All right, so... Oh, I won't be in rock form when I'm over here because it has to load, right? So that does make me not be knocked over, but also it just kills me instantly. So that's not plausible. Okay. It's like in Phantasy Star Online when you have enough defense to not be knocked over by the rapid fire missile barrage, and that means that you get hit by all of the missiles at once with no iframes and die. So it's actually better to be knocked over. Okay, it doesn't seem like I can guard this either. Maybe? Okay, I can guard it, actually. It's definitely not physical. That much we know from the damage that I took. Do I have a shield that is, like, better at lightning? I have this. It's good at dark. Is it secretly dark? It's probably lightning, I would assume. Also, it doesn't particularly help. I mean, as a great shield, this is a little bit better at blocking in a way. Oh. Wait. So I was getting hit by nothing, I guess? There, presumably? Is there something about the Aldrich boss arena that is bad? Or it could be that also. This is how you use the shield, right? So I don't think there's anything I can do but just like attempt to burst down the boss, which I almost did at least once. I think that is part of phase 2, isn't it? Like, I think the hitbox gets bigger for the aura, right? Not usually? Not like room-wide, but does it change in some way? So I can get pretty close. I should have put all my points into the thing that this sword skill's on, maybe. I guess I could also try my other sword that's okay. Maybe this Vort doesn't like lightning? I don't know. Maybe the hitbox on this is good and I didn't think it was. I don't know if bosses have weaknesses. I'm gonna be here for a bit, I think, no matter what. It's probably easy to defeat gods when things die by being near you. So this has a spin attack, right? I wonder if the spin attack is secretly, like, extremely powerful. Maybe the spin attack will do 9 million damage and kill the boss instantly. Maybe the spin attack will kill me by trying it. Maybe the hitbox on the spin attack is non-existent. Wait. I never looked at the spirit tree crest shield, I don't think. I believe this had a passive effect before. Also, it's a sword now. It does fire damage. Is this anything? It also has the rock form. You can't run while you have the rock mode on. I am seeking guidance, Dark Souls 3. Actually. Oh? Could this be something? Hey! I had to use the shield sword. That's the secret.
To the stars. Meow, I am a cat. I will cut you to pieces. You are toast, mister.
Destroy!
I did get a ring of flavor or something. So I think Flynn's ring is the one that we don't actually know what it does. Maybe? No, wait, Flynn's ring is Flynn's ring is Estus healing up. But what does the ring of favor do? It increases my dexterity. Sure. So also I can block with this shield for the record. And it's like okay at blocking. Okay, so now we have a few more places we can check out. I wonder how this shield upgrades. I did get a Twinkling Titanite, and I think this might be a Twinkling Titanite item, so it might be worth checking. Calico is very good, and I am glad that you love her. She is my daughter, and I care about her very much. Funny robot cat daughter. Thank you for petting Calico. Reinforce this shield? Yes, that does work. Okay, okay.
Pretty big, I know.
This might be my new weapon. New weapon is good. So how much did... Yeah, this is doing more if you count the fire. I'm going to power up my strength. Maybe.
At pretty the mark to very well then taken. Farewell, Mace.
Like, I think this is a katana moveset of some sort. Like, it almost looks like it works as a cutting weapon when held this way. It's katana moveset except for the stone form, which I don't know if that does anything helpful. I think I somehow forgot that this is just straight up called An Orlando. Anyway, we have multiple places we might be able to... I think this is where I came from, but I'm gonna check both sides of the room in case they're different exits. Yes, this is where I came from. We're in a new place. A new place that's an old place that's a new place. This will probably be the same exit, but I'm just checking to make sure. Well, that's definitely not the same exit! Da-da-da-da-da! Okay, I don't know what that jingle was, but welcome to the Ring City, freaking apparently.
Dark-stricken creature.
Have you now?
Shira, daughter of the Duke, descendant of gods, and trusted friend to Midir. At once, I am the honor of the gods, the glory of fire, and the fear of the dark.
I don't remember you at all.
Go unpunished.
I think you're like an
Thy
optional
treachery,
boss.
Thy profanity, and thy shameless yearning.
I haven't freaking done anything, lady. Get got.
Would I ever,
Never would you ever.
thy lowly kind.
Sorry. Skill issue, I guess. Okay. Hey, it turns out if I press the funny laugh button, I become a stone form. Anyway, what did I get? Dragon scale armor. It's heavier. I can't see it right now. Wait. I have a different icon? That's not because of the armor. Is that because she got me with something? Is that because of the Ring of Favor? It is. The Ring of Favor is giving me some sort of buff icon, and I don't know what that... Oh. Isn't this just cosmetic? Or does this give me more iframes or something? That's funny. I don't... Yeah, that sounds right. Did I get anything else from that? I got like a piece of armor. I think I got some gem, or... I got a Twinkling Titanite, I think. Or I think that was like it. Oh, is that good? Can I equip that? No, that's just an inventory error. Well, I think this room is nothing but that one encounter. This ring is also increasing my dexterity by a bit. So apparently it's dexterity and maybe iframes. I'm gonna go back in this room one more time just to check. Someone to talk to on the far end. It doesn't look like there is a far end. Like, I don't think I can go anywhere here. I think it's just an enclosed space entirely. I don't think there's any way out. Yeah. So that was the Seeker of the Spurned boss room or something, I guess. She randomized into having a great axe that wasn't very helpful, and she died in a couple of swings. But yeah, I think it's a side area on the Slave Knight Gale, like Ashen Wasteland. Normally, I think that's true. Anyway, Archdragon Peak, I guess. That's a big fog gate. Also, this room is a bunch of free goodies, if I remember correctly. There's like no enemies here. There's definitely enemies here. Something's making a weird noise. Something is making the noise of a distant ethereal slinky going down a set of stairs, and I don't know what that means. I think the Ornstein armor is normally here somewhere on this screen, actually. I don't know why I have this specific memory, but I do. Heavy soul arrow. All right, another spell. I want to say there's like another item somewhere on the edge of the balconies, but I'm not sure if that's true or not. They're not really balconies either, I guess. Can I actually go this way? Yes. So I think that, I guess that's just a hallway as a transitional area. Okay, this is part of... This is also part of the... No, this isn't DLC. Something died, though. This is normally... I'm exiting from the other end of something. Thanks. Things are dying.
Oh, hello. I'm Anri of Astora.
Ah.
This is Horace. Are you too in... We're well along the road of sacrifices. Below us, beyond the flooded woods, lies Farron Keep. We seek the cathedral. We may go our separate ways now, but we have... The next time we cross paths, one may the flames guide your way.
So yeah, things are happening out of order generally.
Oh, he's not... But don't think ill of him. Without his help...
I don't think that's a term I'm familiar with, but I can sort of infer what it means through context. Ow. Ah, yeah, this area. There were crabs here once. Now there's a big dog instead. Right, you. Cool spear. Hey, for all I know, spears are like ridiculously good. Ow. I love my shield of killing everything in one hit when I hit them with it, which is what a shield is for. It's a spear. This is how you use a spear. Fair enough. That's how a lot of Fire Emblem characters use the spears, so like, who am I to judge? Hey, actually I should like let enemies try and do things sometimes in order to see how their attacks have been changed. Is your attack to just like, hey, look at my candle, and it doesn't do anything? I think so. Speaking of a bunch of grotesque horror monsters hanging out together, the club meeting is over here. I found it. Everyone is here. I'm somehow like super defensive now and also very strong. Also, any enemy trying to cast a spell or shoot a projectile just does nothing. So once we got past funny, weird vort of the of the killing you aura. This is where we're at now. I can't use this. I can use this, but what does it do? That was like the homeward bone animation and noise, and it didn't do anything. Fair enough. Oh, hey. This was an area you were thinking of? With a bunch of, mushroom enemies being replaced? I don't remember there being mushroom enemies here, but... yeah, it did have a stamina particle. That much is certain. But yeah, there's a lot of enemies around here, and now they're a bunch of random stuff. But they all die in one hit, so it's fine. Painting Guardian Hood. There's a good chance that the chain hill might be the most lightweight thing, because it only weighs like 1. Hello, I don't remember you at all. Presumably you're from DLC 1. So you have that kind of vibe. Hey, weird dog. We're having an interesting time. I ended up not finding anywhere I could go except for that boss that had the aura of death. But I eventually was like, wait. I noticed that the shield that I had found had a high attack power, and I hadn't tried using it as a weapon, and it's a katana. So that worked out in the end. And now I appear to be fairly tanky and also killing everything. So that's good for me. It's also still not a bad shield. So here we are in a swamp, but like not that one. Ow. Being impaled by a shield must be pretty painful. I mean, being impaled in general, not a great time, I would imagine. Ow. But you know. Oh, hey giant rat. There's a lot of them around. Yep. I think I did PvP grinding here, or close to here. Hey. All right. Is the area slightly more chill now? Maybe. Okay, this isn't that much heavier. I could wear this. I'm not going to. I thought there was a funny ambush in here, but maybe they already wandered out. Lothric's Holy Sword. Scales with everything, needs 32 strength and doesn't have stats. Okay, sure. I guess you are legally allowed to be bad and weird if you want. Sword. I don't... Is that like a claw animation? I think. Something. That's the wrong button. There we go. Mixing up my X and Y button. Many times. Oh yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I also did grinding of the Wolf Covenant in here, because you needed the grass that some of the enemies dropped, I believe. A regular rapier. It's got fire. got like a dagger animation or something. It's got a quick step, allegedly. Wait. Why is there a second thing on my... Huh? Oh, this... Check out my stance! It put, like, the sheath of it? It's, like, kind of trying to be one of those weapons that you have the dual wield of, but you can't do a dual wield attack, but you can quick step. Odd. Very strange. I'll stick with my sword katana, or my shield katana. Cool spear throw. Oh, that's what those crystals were. It was like a... Oh, cool dog. Yeah, I also was expecting that, but apparently it will attempt to attach something. We're finding a lot of stuff. Hey, this is normal. I hate it. Don't be normal. It's not what I'm here for. I mean, you have quick step. That's weird. Oh, okay. Great combustion. Okay, I do have all 3 means of casting spells. I just need to have the stats to use them with. So that'll be my next thing to spend souls on, to see what those are like. Oh, that's pretty funny. I feel like it's entirely plausible for one of these spells to just be like busted powerful. But it seems like projectiles in general have not gotten good rolls. Funny slime is here. 2 Titanite scales from a random drop. Well, I guess that's not going to be the resource material we're struggling to find. Okay. Or Twinkling Titanite, apparently. Oh. So someone has a... The hitbox is where you are skill, maybe. Well, alright. Farewell. But what about weird yellow pants, though? They're, like, fine. At this point, I probably do want poise. Considering I am blocking because my sword is a shield. So, that is something to consider. Actually. I also got Wolf Ring, which normally increases poise. But now it's magic defense. Is it also something else? Right, that's the item discovery one. Doesn't seem to be anything else. So that's magic defense if we need that. I do need to remember I have a weird roll now also. That could be useful. Did I already go over here? I think I did. Yeah, I did. I think that's normally where the sorcerer set is. Also, I did run out of healing items, but I'm not terribly fussed about it. Get back here! No! Oh. Also, Hazel is still here, I guess. You're trying to use items that don't do the same thing anymore. Well, thanks for your attempts. There's also... I'm getting a lot of stuff. There's a lot going on. There's giants out here. There's whatever you are that I don't remember. Homeward. Oh. A cage full of limbs. That was not the right option. Yeah? Alright, fair enough. There we go. Okay, so a lot's happening. It's pretty heavy. Got some pants. There's a gargoyle over there. I got Homeward, which, if that's just real and does what it's supposed to, good. Also, I have another talisman that I can equip, actually, so that's nice. Does that have weight? A little bit, but not really. Can I... No, you still can't use Lightning Blade on a shield. Even if you ask really nicely. Hello, Gargoyle. Hooray. This is a large, wide open area with 1,000 enemies and items in it, so... Perish. I'm glad that they don't have their just hurting you by seeing you effect anymore, at least. That's good. For me. I'm glad for this. God, there's so much here. Does not open from this side, and there's something over there that's, I don't remember what that is, but you know, whatever. Yeah, this specific area is where I was grinding for swordgrass or whatever. I now recall this. Divine Blessing, I know from trying character creation that that's like 15,000 souls or something like that, which is not bad. Perish. More Titanite scales. Maybe we can sell those for a good amount. Paladin's Ashes. Well, we can see more things in the shop now. Divine Blessing's normally like an elixir equivalent type thing, right? That's just a big heal that's really limited in accessibility, like how much you can get of it. Yeah. Is this giant even gonna be able to like properly maneuver around in here? It doesn't look like it. But you do happen to be in the deep water portion, which is accurate to where you are at normally, from what I recall. Well, anyway, you're dead now. Chunks, huh? Desert Pyromancer hood. It's lighter and it has a similar amount of poise. And it's also a cool hood that obscures my face. And sort of like goes with the armor in an interesting way. That's right, it's been Fashion Souls all along. I think there's like some NPC invader, or NPC, yeah. NPCs are around here. Like that one. Oh no. Cool sword. Perish. Oh no! Oh wait, no, it's fine. Punishing a parry by doing 1 damage to taunt my opponent. Stop that. I'm sort of remembering where I'm at now. A little bit. Homeward Bone. Those might not do what they should. I believe there's a bonfire down here, so realistically I probably should go this way. Unless there is a fog gate instead. Funny prank. Alright, let's go. So Farron Keep is where we just were. Let's go back to Firelink. Try out some items. Level up my magic casting stats so that I can try some spells that will do something weird. See what all these things do. It's probably more important to know what they do than to keep them around. 16,000 souls, actually. I'm unable to use that. I think this was just souls. No, it's nothing, in fact. I can't use this. Unknown. One day I'll remember that, but it's not today. These does make you do that animation for no reason. Yeah, you know. So I need 12. I need 15 intelligence, but I need 12 faith. Oh?
You're an unkindled, aren't you? I am Cirrus of the Sunless Realms.
Cirrus is missing most of herself.
Duties we each bear. I doubt we've blessing of the moon.
I don't remember Cirrus, to be honest.
Ah, how gracious. Let this. I only hope.
Alright, so you have more consumables. There's a lot of consumables that you could purchase. Most of which we don't know what they do. Titanite Shard and Twinkling Titanite and so on. Always knowable. We know what these are for. And yeah, apparently. Brigand Gauntlets. A Black Knight Helm. Gundir's armor. Deacon robe. Ashen Estus ring. I feel like I should buy this because rings are an unknowable
Ashen
quantity, like to a significant degree. So we know the skull ring is the Silver Serpent. What is Ashen Estus? I see. It's one of the ones that makes you appear as a summoned spirit, but also the summoned spirit effect has been randomized to be green and purple? Yeah, like that. So this was big defense. This was the evade, and this is the Farron's ring. So like, I mean, no, wait, I just swapped the positions around unnecessarily. We could be very glowy if we wanted to. It's a little bit bright to look at though, I think.
Ah, just wasn't he? Pretty big.
This shield katana might be a very good weapon for a bit, so
Very well, then take no.
upgrading it. I think it scales a little bit with... Yeah, it scales a bit with faith, so that's not a bad thing to upgrade. Alright, attune... I doubt we can cast this. We can cast Chameleon, though. Maybe. Or maybe not. Oh, there we go. Wait, no, that's the, it's not Chameleon, that's the other thing. Steady chant. So Chameleon appears to do nothing. Heavy soul arrow. Also, wait, hold on. I'm using the wrong type of casting implement. I'm silly. It's a spell. I was misled by it using faith. I was using a faith casting implement. Okay. That looks like an attack? Presumably? with like the world's smallest hitbox in the universe. I don't want to attack the... Okay, it's actually nothing. And Heavy Soul Arrow is... Heavy Soul Arrow is put a shiny on the ground. Have a shiny. Yay! What is that for? Oh wait, why is my shield purple? Wait, what's happening? What? Is this a weird weapon buff? Or is that just a visual effect? Remains to be seen, I guess. We can also try Great Combustion, because I do have the Pyromancy hand. Okay. I appear to be emitting sparks. Wait. Also, this has Unfaltering Prayer on it, whatever that does. So there's a chance that some of the things that are happening could be buffs, but they don't have an icon to indicate them. This could just be like creating some visual effects that might not do anything. And why can't I assign... Oh, it costs 2 slots to equip Miracle, so I need attunement for that. Or to equip Homeward. That could be Seek Guidance. That's a good point. I guess I'll see if Heavy Soul Arrow does anything. Because it makes my shield glow, and it makes an ambient sound effect begin. I love to make an ambient sound effect begin. It's one of my favorite activities. So there should be like an enemy like right around here somewhere. Oh right, this is Swamp. Swamp of Yelling, apparently. Ahoy! They made the swamp worse. They made the swamp worse. It's bad now. I have bad news about the swamp. Hey, I'm trying to test things here. Hey. I don't think Heavy Soul Arrow does anything. It's really difficult to tell without this game having like a target dummy, which it does not, because why would it have that? So there's just something in this swamp that yells and I get exploded, I guess. Which is not ideal, but also the shield is still glowing and making a sound. Right, I think that's like one of the angel things from Ring City that does that, now that I'm thinking about it. This is a familiar problem now that I'm remembering things. Maybe I should see if I have anything that's especially poison resistant while I'm here. Sort of, but at a cost. Doesn't seem super worth it. Time for swamp. I do have a thing with quick step on it that I could use to traverse the swamp better. Technically. Here I go. Excuse me? You speak with a voice? I think you might be a DLC enemy also. This is not an ideal environment for fighting most of the things that are in here. Like, even normally, probably. Stop it. Without having reliable access to, like, ways to deal with poison, swamp is a heck of a time. Okay, that's pretty good. It's also not ridiculously bulky armor that doesn't match with what else I'm wearing. In fact, it goes pretty well with the hood. That's good. Fashion Souls progresses apace. There's another gargoyle over here. And that. I think I remember hating a specific enemy that, ooh, hat. It was in the... Okay, it is heavier, but it's also the witch hat. It doesn't have any poise, but it's also the witch hat. I'll consider it. Because it is the witch hat. Ah. Full particle effect, thank you. It seems like a lot of the spells are just gonna be nothing, except for a weird graphic appears. Which is, you know, it's certainly an effect. There's a crab in the muck. There's an enemy with a pot. Throwing the pot as a projectile has been randomized to do nothing of import, which makes sense. I want to grab this. I got something. I don't know what that enemy is. I'm dying in 2 seconds. I think most of the twinkling titanite lizards are also just other enemies that were randomized into them, and thus they do not have anything. Also. Dark drift, though. What's that about? Okay. Physical magic and dark on a katana. And I do have the dex requirement for it because of... You know what, fair. You know what, fair. Interesting. This could be something. Now, how do you... Right, if you hold the dual wield button, it goes for the thing in the other hand. Okay. This could be anything. Maybe. I have bad news about the special attack and the hitbox that it doesn't have. And also the hitbox that the regular attack doesn't have. Okay, back to this shield it is then. But wait. Hold on? I did an actual shield bash when I was... When that was in my other hand? Yeah. Wait. Huh? If I put it in this hand, it's an actual shield bash. Instead of... It does a little bit more damage. Wait. Okay, hold on. Dang it. Okay, so Shield Bash specifically appears to work differently in different weapon slots. Charge works the same. Thank you for petting Calico. So what I've learned is that Briar is left-handed, apparently. I should use the shield in the shield zone so that I can actually do the shield bash. Which does... Okay, I got a wooden shield. It does more... Hey, the wooden shield is... like, it's got lightning on it, I guess. That's weird. Is it time to dual wield shields? I don't think it's going to be very strong, so probably not. Also, there are infusions on these, I think. That's what the icons are about. But I don't know. I need to check if any of these shields have a weird effect also, actually. Well, once we're into the swamp, I guess. Hey, what the heck is... Oh, you're absolutely one of the Ring City enemies. I don't know that specific Dragon Quest enemy, but I 100% believe that it exists. Based entirely on the name alone. And I guess that is the thing that is in at least several Dark Souls, right? I have to like light the signal fires or something. No, I have to do the opposite of that. Get out of here, candle. Oh, that's probably audible, sorry. Cracking knuckles. Not the greatest auditory experience. Yeah, I get it. Isa, I think she's here. Or she stopped by a little bit earlier. She didn't notice the candle. If she is. I remember this being difficult to navigate. which is not terribly surprising. But honestly, I think the randomizer has made this area significantly less threatening overall. By removing the most annoying enemy type and giving me access to good equipment that shouldn't exist. I got another witch hat? There's a bounty of witch hats in here. Ah, hello. Yeah, there was a candle. Now that's a witch hat. This other one, yeah, that's pretty alright. But now this witch hat, though. Now that's a witch hat. Yeah, I have to unlight the candle. In this game. In this game, the candles need to be extinguished. I think there's an item over there. Oh, there's the enemy that I hate. Hey, you. I still hate you, now that I know what you were again. Please die forever. Ugh. I still hate to perceive it. Everything about them is bad to look at. Hey, gargoyle again. It's getting funny how gargoyles are just like a common enemy now. Bonfire lit. There's gonna be a lot of random items around here, just that are easily missable, no doubt. Here's the gate for the Abyss Watchers, normally. Alright, this is normally a pile of slime, so now it's normal in here. This is normally like 7 slime enemies or something, and one. Blood loss, apparently. There is an item in here. You know what? Grab it. Grab it. It's not where I was. I think I'm just gonna have to run in there and mash the button and hope that I get the thing and then never attempt to go into that room again. And that's fine. Also, yeah, it's fine. That seems eminently accessible, potentially. Maybe... Maybe not. We might have a problem here. Just a little bit. Like, I don't... Like, I think that's normally like an Estus shard or something like that. So I mean, it's potentially a pretty valuable item. If it even works that way. Which I guess there's a high chance that it doesn't. I remembered the value of Shield Bash. Because it does have armor with it. There's a mimic in there too? I didn't even notice. I'm bleeding now. Why do you have a billion health? What's your deal? Stop it. Wait, does like my critical just do nothing because I have a shield or something? Is there a weird quirk of the code? Okay. I don't know why I'm bleeding so much, but that's probably fine. And there is still one slime. It's a simple gem. Yay! Oh wait, no, there's also 24 lightning bolts. I've seen better. Well, let's just pause and appreciate the silence for a second. Okay. That was not particularly worth it. IMO. Crab is approaching fast. Are crabs normally possessed of a fiery aura? Ow. That's fine. Crabs can do this. That crab was moving very quickly. Only the ones in the Lake of Fire. I forgot about the Lake of Fire. I'm glad that there's a bespoke crab for that region. Crabs deserve this. Or maybe just it's the inevitability of crab. They're just everywhere. That's just how crab is. I didn't mean to do that. I think shields literally do zero. I think shields literally do zero when you do a critical attack. Maybe? I feel like my crit damage is none. Like, yeah, I literally don't do anything. Is it because it's in my left hand? Because I feel like I did before. Is that the trade-off for having the shield back? I don't know. We'll find out later. Because we learned that what hand I'm holding the shield in does matter for whether I get a shield bash or stone form. So it's not without... God, I have so many Titanite skills. It's not without... It wouldn't be the first time. Because for the longest time in my Elden Ring playthrough, I used a shield and then I had a knife for doing a crit. But then I realized I should just use the knife and also use the shield. And that was working out pretty well. And then I forgot to keep playing Elden Ring. Oh, there's another... Right, there's a weird dog here. By the way, I mentioned it earlier, but I'm not sure I'm going to return to Monster Hunter Stories 2. Pray to the Wolf. Ask to join Covenant. The wolf has bequeathed pants to me. You've obtained pants of the Covenant. So yeah, I guess I'm not like obligated to complete anything at any point, but it seems worth mentioning since oh, these are lighter weight. And they have 1 billion poise. These are the pants of legend. They're like the ninja greaves, I think. Thank you for this boon, oh dog. Thank you for this dog boon, which is different from a dog bone. I don't know if a dog will chase a boon or not, or like, I don't know where I'm going with this. By the way, I'm getting a new dog tomorrow, or my family is rather. A corgi will appear in the near future. So if you hear a bunch of like yipping and yapping ever, that's why. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's just true, it's what happened. I was given pants by the dog. I prayed to the dog and they gave me the pants of a ninja. Pants with incredible poise. Oh. It's you.
Louis.
Louis is the name of the corgi, yes. Your roar has been randomized to be completely silent. For some reason, back in like 2016, when I played this game, I referred to this beast as Lightning Dogomire. And that's just what they are now. Soul of a demon and also the Storm Ruler. The Storm Ruler is pretty important. I believe so, yes. And it was less of a joke and more of a statement. Murakumo and Homing Crystal Soul Mask. Lots of weird stuff around here. Alright. So the Storm Ruler is normally important for defeating a specific boss. Now it's just a sword. Bark Souls, yeah. Yeah. I still miss Darcy and Lily, but soon there will be Louis. This could be potentially pretty good. Maybe? I mean, it's physical dark. If it has like the reach of a greatsword with a faster animation, that could be anything. But also I don't know how hitboxes work. What about the Murakumo? Okay, this is also physical dark and just more. Perseverance. Okay, this is a regular great sword. I don't know what that means. Also, I should be checking like the block percentages of. This has 100% physical block. Yeah, I should be paying attention to those. That's interesting. The Storm Ruler, it could be anything. Also, I haven't been paying attention to the stability, which is also kind of important, presumably, possibly. Also, this is a heavy weapon-ish, so. Well, I'm not the one who named the dog, so I don't know for sure. Full name Louis Dean, but I'm gonna call him Louis. More specifically, I'm gonna call him Louis. Also, I don't remember how the Storm Ruler upgrades. I don't remember if it does upgrade or not. I also don't think there's much else up here I can do. Oh, wait, no, I can do this. That's right. There is a secret, I believe. Is that like the ancient dragon? Or a ancient dragon or something? Is that normally their late night chunk? Hey you. Yeah, I think this is normally here. So this sword seems fairly weak right now, but also, I mean, compare it to the shield I've been using, and that makes sense. It could be usable, though. Maybe. Oh. Hello. The reason... Oh, that was the Dark Souls 2 mimic? I think there is somewhere... Wait, is that a rare spawn? Oh, a dress. So the reason that blood is purple is because visual effects of some sorts were also randomized. Which included the blood of many things. This shield... This tiny shield requires 28 strength to wield. What's the dress like, though? It's alright. Going witch mode. It's Fashion Souls. Right, I have bolts. Going witch mode. I'm a wizard! Right, you're a corpse. Wizard! Spell! Casting! I cast a spell of sword to shield, or vice versa. Exactly. Fashion Souls is more important than like actual usefulness of equipment for the majority of time, I think, probably. Wait. Oh wait, no, that's just where I was. Is there anything else up here? It doesn't look like it. I mean, some of this does have some good poison resistance, so it does have its utility. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else up on this bridge for right now. I think there was something important and cool on this bridge in the base game. But I don't remember. Where I actually have to fall down that way to get back around, I think. Yeah. Hence the strategically placed rubble to cushion my fall. Normally the lightning Doggemire, as I called it, was a asylum demon, I believe. Oh yeah, I also got the Soul of Demon. Wait, can I place these on the thrones? I don't think that's how that works. Actually. I don't have the transposing vessel or whatever, so I can't turn them into weapon. That much I know. Alright. This portrait is pretty funny. I don't know why, but something about this. Pretty good. Right, how do I get that? I don't remember. I don't remember that. Is that one of those cases if you have to, like, leave the elevator at a specific time, maybe? It might be. Right. I keep forgetting I made it sad mode in here because I already found the eyes. Also, I had forgotten what Gormless meant, but yeah, that seems true. Right. Do I have anything else to do? I can sell stuff. Okay, Titanite scales aren't worth as much as I would hope, I guess. I should buy this, probably. This is pretty decent. Not for poise, but elsewise. But I've already got a dress, so, you know, whatever. There's a non-zero chance that any of these consumables could be very valuable.
Ashen 1.
Right, I have this. I have this. It's really powerful. Especially against living things. So, I could get more intelligements. Okay, I can try casting Homing Crystal Soul Mass, and that is real. It has no requirements. No, it takes 2 slots. Okay, I think I need to get attunement, actually.
Them to very well then taken.
I need attunement.
Farewell, I may.
Now I have... If Homeward at least works as normal, then I have a useful utility thing, and if it doesn't, well, I'm... Well, what's this do? Great. Is this anything? That's some real sound effects witchcraft right there. If I have ever seen it or heard of it. I'm guessing that is a nothing type of thing again. What did Great Magic Barrier do again? Right. It did like Wrath of the Gods, but if that didn't mean anything or something like that. Okay. Does Homeward work? Yes? No. It prompts me, but it doesn't actually do the thing. Unless it's because I'm here. Are all spells nothing? Is that what's happening? Do all spells do nothing? That's the vibe that I'm getting. This wouldn't be the case if not for like some of the randomizer options that I had chosen. Okay, Homeward does nothing. Cool. Let's see if this has a hitbox. Maybe. I'm going to guess no. It does make my shield light up purple. Is that anything? Wait, yeah, I can run around here, and I think that's how I get that one item. Ah. Check out my cool circle, idiot! Witchcraft! Oh. We already have that skirt. Yeah, now I have 2 of it. Alright, so far we have 1 spell with any tangible and understandable effect, which is to increase my status resistance temporarily, and that's it. Cool. Is there like is this a hidden path type scenario? Yes. Oh, a great axe. I believe we witnessed an NPC attempting and failing to use a great axe. Because I think it had like the worst. Yep. Wait, it has actual great axe animation speed, but like reverse dagger grip? That sounds pretty perfect. I'm pretty sure the hitbox on this is nothing. It seems like we're gonna be using the shield forever. But honestly, like wielding a shield this way is kind of, it's basically like I have a cool arm blade or something. But not really. Maybe Homeward has a hitbox? But I doubt it. I'm just like musing to myself about this. We haven't tried replenishment yet because I don't have enough to use it. Like, Lightning Blade gives my spells like gives my weapon like a 2 points damage bonus. So that's something. Maybe, I'm guessing that enemy doesn't respawn because they gave me an item. But maybe this does damage. I don't know. Anything anything could be happen. Is what I was saying apparently. I'm guessing they don't respawn. They'd be a really convenient way to check this sort of thing. But yeah. All right, back into the swamp then. To the swamp with me. This'll be funny, because there's like a billion things right there. Check out my cool spell! Idiots! Yeah, I didn't think so. Wait. Did this buff my damage by an appreciable amount, or am I imagining things again? Because my shield is glowing. And I feel like I did a lot of damage there for some reason. I probably do not do more damage, actually. Well... Maybe I do? Wait. Hold on? I feel like I'm doing a lot of more damage suddenly? Hmm. There's no really good, consistent way to test this. I don't think. Are you like the same enemy type I was just fighting? Okay, maybe I don't actually do more damage. It's too difficult to actually like test this in any meaningful way. So I can't tell. Also, it doesn't make sense because this is a shield. But I did find Estus soup and also the blood bite ring. Wait, it's another dexterity boost? Sure, I guess. Every time I think I've found a damage boosting spell, I can't tell. Because I think I just do a lot of damage. And I'm going to be doing more damage now because I just increased one of my stats, but still, you know. Oh, a great shield. I've heard of these. Interesting. I see. Like, it's worse as a shield, but it does have great shield property. So it might have a value. I think it has a bad animation set, though. Sorry, wait, what? When I'm holding it in two hands, it becomes a dagger? Hold on. Cool sound effect. Ow. Hold on. Oh, a torch. A follower torch. What's that? Why do torches require 1 billion power to use? That's so weird. Cool torch. Oh, hey, I found the last candle. Now I can get the UV lamp for real. Not really. Not really for real at all, it turns out. This does also make this shield glow. Soul Arrow. Well, that's another spell to try. Does this work? No. So I have no way to actually return... You know what? Does the dark sign work? It does. Okay. Because we know now that things can prompt you falsely. Which is, you know, something. Okay, Soul Arrow requires 27 faith. I don't think we're gonna be seeing that one anytime soon. I think Chameleon did nothing. Let me double check what Chameleon did again. I mean, I've never tried wielding this, I guess. Yeah, it's probably nothing. So I can't use Lightning Blade on a shield still. That's illegal. But I can do this. It could be one of the shield buff spells. Maybe.
Ah, just wasn't it?
And this would also be twinkling. Oh, this has intelligence scaling. Like a lot of it, actually. And also, like,
Pretty be careful.
pretty be careful. I don't know why I said it like that. But, yeah, the fact that this is a dagger when I'm holding it with two hands is potentially good. Maybe. It might make it better than the other shield. It is unclear as of now. Something I should try. Okay, it does dispel when I switch shield. You know, I could see that. I could see that. I actually know what the red-green show is. This might surprise you. Or it might not, I don't know. Hey. All right. We've got a number. 188. Now I've done this. Hey, it's actually a buff. This is a real buff. Finally confirmed. Yeah, I think like PBS had it for me. I'm not from Canada. Claw. I feel like the rapid attack speed of this is gonna make it... I mean, that's also still really strong. I don't know, we'll find out. Claw seems not great. Sure. That's like a great club, like the Dragon Tooth or something type of situation. I guess the downside to Great Magic Barrier is that it has the longest cast time in the history of the universe for like a small damage buff. Ow. The other shield might still be better. Or it might depend on circumstance. I don't know. Oh, I'm sensing a problem suddenly. Okay, the other shield better, actually. The hitbox on this jank, it turns out. Never mind. But at least we did find out we have a buff. That's something. Also, it takes like all of my stamina to cast. Elite Knight Armor. That's what I started with. Yeah. Glad I didn't upgrade the Wolf Knight Great Shield, because the hitbox on it doesn't work sometimes. Behold my Lightning Spear spell. It does nothing now, but it sure did get bit crushed. Scholar's Ring increases intelligence, but like not anymore. No obvious effect, I see. So that has no obvious effect and no icon or anything. Okay, also this buff doesn't last for a particularly long amount of time. So, you know. Full spin. So this is normally where the Abyss Watchers are. But now it's gonna be a fog gate to somewhere random. Also, the pattern of green blood on my skirt looks like a skull. Like on the, well, I guess not a skirt, part of the dress. Skirt of the dress? Is a skirt a valid way to describe that part of a dress? Great, I love this. Citation needed. Oh wait, this is the Spear of the Church Room. I know this. PvP occurs here. Him might be... Okay, I can't go through that fog gate at all. That's weird. I can't go through that fog gate at all. That's weird. Is it because the boss is going to spawn? Yes. Ariandel and Freed, Spear of the Church! Great! Citation freaking needed for that one! Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. This is the second boss. By the way, in case you forgot, I haven't fought a boss except for the Nightmare version of the first boss. Also, there's no boss music here. So Ariandel and Freed are like one of the most difficult bosses in Dark Souls 3. You know, normal? They might be a little bit less effective in this iteration of whatever. Hey, can I have that spell? That seems rad. Hey. Is it? Maybe it's only the first form? Huh? Maybe? Maybe it's fine. It seems fine, actually. No, it's not fine. I'm just kidding. Of course it's not. But it is, though. Potentially. Thankfully, I'm a cool witch with very strong magic. Hold on, I regret my hubris. Hold on. Oh, right, you do that. Where are you? Well, that's fine. I don't think that's... Gotcha. Arrow fire destroyed. This does mean that at some point in my life I have technically beaten Frida on the first try. I said Freed. I think it's Frida. I've technically won on the first try against that boss fight. Well, that was funny. Is that phase 2 and 3? And not 1 or something? So I got a crystal scroll and a cell key for that, I believe. Which are both key items. Learn crystal sorceries. Yes, very good.
To the stars. Good King Moggle Mog. It's not time for Buck Fumble. Directly to you.
Destroy!
Stop playing Buck Bumble, Moggle Mog. Stop it. Oh.
Flickering once again.
Yeah?
Not enough blood yet, Shade.
Yeah? Didn't we just kill you?
Flail. Bring me my flail.
Didn't you just...
Frida.
Wait, so I went from fighting them to going to their boss room. This is gonna turn into a different fight then.
Right away.
Presumably. Once I approach. I think I see how this works. Howdy.
Bring Frida to me, please.
Frida. I have bad news about Frida. And also you?
The flame. Flickering once again.
The world of chaos.
Blood surge. I can see it.
Alright, who's the funniest boss for this to turn into? I'm really gonna start screaming whenever... That face. I'm really gonna start screaming whenever Dark Eater Midir shows up.
We have no need of thy flail.
I just fought you.
Flame quivering at misguided ash.
I'm hella misguided. Like, this world doesn't even make
Please
sense.
avert thine eyes. I will snuff
It would
out
also be
these
really
ashes.
funny if this was somehow just Frida again. Like, for real. God God damn it, it is Midir! No! No, 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 no! You quit this right this second, you piece of shit. Okay, it's very funny, and also this room removes most of the problems with your boss fight, probably, by you're not supposed to be here. So this is probably okay. Also, yeah, Sister Midir. True. So Dark Eater Midir is, I don't swear that much anymore, but Dark Eater Midir deserves it because I hate them. Normally, part of the big reason I hate Midir is because they have like 1 billion health, and also they're in a boss arena that's the size of like an entire DLC by itself. Not exactly, but it's really big, and Midir will like dash across the entire thing, and you'll have to chase after them, and it sucks, and it's bad. But it seems like Midir can't function in this environment, so actually it's fine. Yeah, Midir is normally my least favorite boss fight in Dark Souls 3. But this is extremely funny, actually. This is a revenge moment. Even now, you can get a little bit of like insight as to how difficult it is to fight this thing. You can't consistently be close. Are you gonna turn into a different boss? Or is this gonna do like that phase transition and then... Because it's doing the cutscene. Is it gonna be like, how dare you kill Sister Midir? I'm watching the cutscene for the suspense. Wiggling. Yeah. Is it gonna turn into like, oh man, what's the name of that? What's the name of that other dragon type creature that talks about Ocelot all the time and like is cradling an invisible, non-existent child? Maybe it'll be that one, I don't know. I forgot the name of that. Osiris is correct. Ulasil is close to the DLC area of Dark Souls 1, which is Ulasil. Dark Souls 1. Alright, is this gonna be a different boss now, or did I... Oh. It's the Nameless King. Or the Storm... Wait, yeah, Nameless King is correct. So... Fortunately, I think all of your spells do nothing. Still. Is this gonna turn into a third boss? No. Dark Eater, Midir, and Nameless King back to back, and they both were severely less threatening than normal. And I got a shield, a crown, and something else I immediately forgot. Cool. Okay. Man, this room's a mess. Alright, so... Sunlight shield. Could be okay. Could be okay. Maybe. And I got a hat. It's fine. Wolnir's crown isn't a key item as well somehow, is it? Just Wolnir is, like, important? I forgot about Wolnir. I immediately forgot what the third item that I obtained from that was. Probably nothing of terribly important importance in that case. Wolnir's a nobody. You know what? Fair enough. I could travel to the Dreadkeep if I wanted to. Yeah, I remember who Wolnir is. I just had a brief moment of like, wait, is this crown actually important for something? But I don't think so. Anyway, back over here. So this was back to Farron Keep, but what's over here? Before we go to whatever the Dreadkeep is, because I don't quite remember that either, where's this? The funny thing about this randomizer is I feel like... Oh hey, it's my home. Kinda. Oh, this is Anne Orlando again. But like different. Oh, that's an elevator. You know what, that's for. So the reason I have Boreal in my name is because of the Boreal Valley, in case you didn't know. Hey? Hey? Hello? I don't know why you're here. I didn't think bosses could... Yeah, that's just Yorm. I didn't think bosses could be placed here. I have the Storm Ruler, but it doesn't have the Storm Ruler ability on it. Oh, right, yeah. So I went into a boss room, like, backwards or something. Oh, right, you get the Storm Ruler when you encounter Yorm, I think. So I need to, like, exit and then come back. That freaking guy, the Pope. That freaking guy, the Pope, you know? That freaking guy. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh. Well, okay, I just had to get near the door. Pontiff Yorm. Wait. When I have the Storm Ruler out, I have an icon on my HUD, but I don't remember what that means. So, okay. That icon is meant to... Are you sure? It looked like a buff icon or something. I mean... I could just do this, like, okay, I should, I don't believe, I probably cannot leave, yeah. There's probably not an item around here. I think the way the Storm Ruler works is that you have to use its special ability on Yorm, isn't it? Wait. Bye, idiot! Farewell! But the special ability on the Storm Ruler that I have is not the correct one. It is Stomp. So I need to find something with the Storm Ruler special, which I don't think I have. I don't remember what it's called. But I thought you were randomized to It's really funny that I can just wander around up here. Maybe I'll find it. I don't know. Dead again. Symbol of okay. I can do this now. I'd rather not. Actually, like, getting a really close-up look at the mimic tongue, I really don't like looking at it. Looks like some sort of raw meat, which I guess is technically correct, but let's put a witch hat back on. I could whittle him down, that's true, but let's just, it's really funny to just be up here and not care. But, bless corpses, transforming them into traps. So I can't cast that either. There he goes! He's gonna get me! Maybe there is something in the logic where it's in the boss room, and the boss room is technically very large, so it could be in here somewhere? Maybe that's a feature? I don't think there's that many spots for something to be in this room, necessarily. There's a Titanite chunk. And scales. But, you know, I could also just defeat Yorm regular style, but it would take a while. Yeah, I don't think there's that much in this room. Actually. It's really funny also that I found like a boss nexus. It's like 50 boss fights were in there. There's a bunch of exits here, but I can't use them because Pontiff Yorm is here. I guess. So... does this buff exist? It does if I do this. Is that, like, blue circle buff really you can kill Yorm? Because I don't think that's true. I think it's something else, maybe. I don't know what it would be. Plunging attack. Ow. Hey. He tried to kill me first, to be fair. I don't think this is gonna work out, like, practically speaking. I could try to kill him while he's not animating. I think that's what I meant. That's fair. Oh wait, I have 50,000 souls. That's kind of important. I think I want those to I think I want to have those, probably. Okay. Do you have any idea what the orb means? Because it could be a useful buff to just have by holding this sword around. You know, might be worthwhile. I assume I can re-enter the boss fight just fine. If the animations don't start, that'd be really funny. Like if they consistently didn't start. It was just over here. Wait. Okay, there's no bonfire in this room. Anybody knows what this orb is? Not sure how easily accessible that information would be. Oh, I have to pull this lever. FP regen? Makes sense. So it seemed like the animations trigger when I get close to the entrance, then. Meaning that... I don't think he's taking damage. Wow. Well, hey, this is one way to test, like, damage and stuff. I found the striking dummy that I was wanting. I asked for this. Wrong button, many times. This does increase my damage. So... the special move for the Storm Ruler has been replaced with a Stomp. So this does not do anything to Yorm. Can I leave since the boss fight isn't activated? No. Trying to leave it through any direction will activate this, it would seem. Yeah, just checking, and this doesn't... I think it does have 100% physical block, though. Now that I remember. It does. It doesn't do much damage. But I can do this. You know what, fair enough. So the Storm Ruler, definitely not, it doesn't look like I'm restoring FP either. Storm Ruler, definitely not the Storm Ruler in the same way. And also, Yorm definitely didn't take damage before the animations began. So maybe I can try and like grab my souls, and then maybe if I leave through the way I came in, that'll be acceptable to Yorm. But I doubt it. That's not the right way. I would like to have those 50,000 souls that I didn't really think about how I had those. I forgot how to get down there. It's over here. I don't think these doors on the side or anything. Hello, Yorm. Maybe I can just leave through where I came in. Maybe it's fine. Hey! Alright, so, yeah, alright. We did a... So I have to get whatever the Storm Ruler's special skill is, presumably.
Ash pricked them to very well then taken.
I think it was 15 that I needed for something.
Farewell.
No, wait, that was intelligence. Shoot. I should have checked. It's fine. I don't think any of the soul items are actually soul items, so... What was this again? Nothing. Okay. But wait, I can sell those for souls still.
Ah. Ashen one.
I predict them to very well then taken.
Very abnormal Souls character stats, by the way. Alright, so where does this actually take me? Probably not the Drag Keep. Curse word, Great Shield, my best friend. Oh. Oh. Speaking of the final boss arena for Ring City, I think? No, this is right before it. This is also not the final boss arena. The final boss arena normally would be right through here. But where does this go? Yeah? What? Who are you? Like, this is the, true Firelink Shrine or whatever. I don't remember this boss fight at all. Who is this? There's also an NPC. Now this makes sense because this is Half-Light Spear of the Church, but I don't know who that tall fellow was. Oh no. Oh, that did nothing. Hold on. Grand Archives key. I mean, I have been there. But yeah, Half-Light's the NPC invader, so I don't know what that tall creature was at all. Hey, if I put this in my main hand, can I still do this? For my offhand? No, it powers up this instead. Strange. So it's not the shield. Sacred Flame, Black Witch Wrappings, Aldrich Sapphire. Alright. And what does this do? I think that's like piercing damage up or something? I don't... These icons are pretty unclear, actually. I don't recall what that means. Anyone recognize that one? Sacred Flame. Flame burrows inside foes and ignites. Alright. That is an explosion. I don't know if that does anything. We can find out, potentially. I can't hold the pyromancy flame with both hands. Anyway, here we are at the true Firelink Shrine, I freaking guess. We're going all over the dang place, which is what you'd expect, I suppose. Wait. Yeah, okay. I think this is a decently large area without... Oh, crab. Crab, behold my spell! Ow. Crab, my spell! It did nothing. I had to check. So Sacred Flame doesn't do anything. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. One day I'll get a spell. I mean, I could actually keep the buff around, but I don't really know if that's actually worth it. It feels a lot more worth it to have access to the shield bash, actually. Which is independent of being able to buff the shield. Oh, when the crab tries to spit bubbles, it like makes a fire. It does nothing. Ow. Okay, that's just the regular way to the place with the stuff and the things in it. There might not be another path here, I don't quite remember. I mean, you can go down here. Or whatever that's with. But normally I think this is where you find like the eyes and stuff. You might be able to go over there. There shouldn't be like enemies in here. But yeah, this is like true Firelink, or like the echo of Firelink, or the dark Firelink. I don't know exactly. Toxic Mist. Oh boy! I love it. Maybe. I think there's secret passages here, maybe? It seems correct. I don't remember all the details of Dark Firelink. It's worth looking around. I think there's generally not like a lot here. Well, there's the soul of the Nameless King. I sure am finding a lot of specific boss souls that I can't do anything with. Maybe. But when are we gonna get Toon Dark Souls? Yeah, okay. Chunks, huh? There's at least one secret wall. Probably more. I forget. My footsteps are like wax puddles? Oh, that might be the crab game. You might have a point. That is a little bit of a Toon Dark Souls. I feel like there's definitely more here. Like at least a little bit more. But I don't quite recall. We got the archives key, so there's probably something else I can do there. Right, I can talk to you.
Well, a lost lamb wandereth in. Well, thou shouldst. What can this?
You have different equipment. Actually, no, you don't, really. Not much, anyway. A little bit, but not really.
To skirt, tarry not. 'Tis dark for now, and not a or pat like the to skirt, tis all like best not.
All right. Yeah, I don't remember Dark Souls 3 well enough to remember if there's anything else here that's important. Usually there are important items here. The Firekeeper's Eyes would be one of them. I think that would have been right here or something. There might be something else here too. Ah, I found that. Is this anything? Yeah, this is somewhere I've already been. Is there anything like over here somewhere? It's rather bleak around these parts. I think you can somehow like do a weird jump like that at some point. Hmm? Oh. Forgot about that. Enemies react to invaders. Well, that's 8,000 souls now, I guess. Okay. Oh. There was at least one additional enemy. For what that's worth. I'm very purple now. Alright, that's probably everything that's here then, I guess. Maybe. I guess the main prize of that series of events was the archives key, so I need to go back there. Probably. Though also, I don't... This might be a different warp. No, this will just go back to... This will just go back to, the Ring City end area. Right? Yes. Can't do anything here. Wait. This will be silly. But I think it was mentioned that you can only use the spear fragment in the correct area for one version of it? Okay, nothing. Just checking. That's fair. I guess we go back to the archives now.
Very well, then take.
Do that.
Farewell, Mace.
It scales most with strength, I guess. $25 faith. I don't think we'll be seeing all of the spells that I find. Probably. Replenishment. I've made a circle. Again. Why are all of my magic spells the special effects command from the opening of Final Fantasy IX and nothing else? It's funny, but I don't know why that's happening. I'm gonna put this back on since I don't know what that icon does. I'm investing so much in trying these spells that do nothing. That's, I mean, that might be possible. Okay, that... I haven't tried that yet. I could pump a lot of points into faith, I guess. That was a miracle. Yeah. I can't use it because I need one more point of intelligence.
Very well, then take.
It'll be really funny if one of these like kills everybody. My shield is green now. What does that mean? Is this good? Green Flame Shield is my favorite Dungeons and Dragons cantrip. Not really. Well, that's something.
What a asking.
Is there anyone else around here yet? For one weird reason or another? My shield stopped being green already. That's like a very short duration if it does anything. I think I still need like 6 Twinkling Titanite total. Alright. I'm gonna operate on the assumption that this spell isn't worth it. I guess there could be something else to find in this mess, maybe, but probably not. Some kind of key to something around here somewheres is probably relevant. Is this door a key, or is this doesn't open from this side? No, it's the key. Oh, hello, large crystal lizard. Oh, goodbye, large crystal lizard. Okay. That's fine. That's normal. Antiquated dress. That dress has by far the most physical defense of anything that I have seen so far. That might be handy to remember. So here we are in the archives. I forgot there were enemies that fought each other. Right. I do no damage with backstabs. Kukri. Well, that's unfortunately 20,000 souls. I've never tried to use a Kukri. Yeah, okay. I've never tried to use a Kukri. Puts it in my mouth, causes a dark magic explosion. Yeah, alright. That's, Maidenhood. Hood of a maiden. Not the single word that sounds the same. It's bad. Okay. So if I ever find a Kukri again, I'll have to try and use it while next to something. Because that seemed like a bomb type effect. And it would be really funny if it did something. Someone is sobbing somewhere, which I think is probably a bad sign. Oh, is that what that enemy does, maybe? Yes. That's the sound effect of a tree, lady. Hey, Twinkling Titanite. I'll take it. It's eerily silent in here. Right, this is where wax helps. Sacred Oath? Oh, you. Yeah, Bastard's Curse. Yeah. I remember that enemy type. I think they were annoying. So I got multiple spells. Sacred Oath. Okay, so that's something to try, that we can try. And Dark Blade. I don't know why I said it like that. Thank you for clipping that. Alright. We have 2 miracles that probably don't do anything. Yeah. I feel like the ominousness of certain Dark Souls areas is reduced substantially by shenanigans being afoot. That's the word I'm looking for. I was going to say at foot, which is not entirely true. That's how you examine something that you're standing on in a very old video game, probably. Well, it's more like at feet, I think. And by very old, I mean a mystery dungeon of any sort. Right. I keep trying this. It does stun the enemy. Oh, there's a skeleton in this wall. That's cool. Oh, my wax face went away. My dunked face. Short sword? Stone flesh. Oh, there's the thing that's actually called that. It's almost a regular short sword. Kind of. Oh, it actually... And it actually does that. So, having that in other occasions is an error of some kind. Also, this is very silly with the witch hat. So that's cool. Hello. I might have enough Twinkling Titanites to upgrade this shield now. Crystal Chime. I mean, getting a new spellcasting implement isn't particularly exciting in this iteration of the world. But I forgot you could like do a quick turnaround. I don't know why something exploded, but there is a crab in the wall. Oh right, there's like enemies that hide on the wall here. Oh hey, it's you again. Bye. Oh, there's a guy making big explosions everywhere. Want to try that again? No? Fair enough. Sunset gauntlets. Oh. Those are... they seem good. Mostly. Kinda. Oh right, I didn't look at these. Which are also good, and like, more on brand. Though I'm not really rolling that much, to be honest. I'm mostly just blocking stuff. So I probably don't need this ring. And, maybe I can try and figure out what this... Well, I am rolling some. Maybe I can try and observe what this icon means. I don't think it's anything particularly relevant. A wolf appeared and summoned crystals. Warmth. Is 30 faith. Great. Dunk. Oh, there's a ladder there. I mean, I guess increasing my faith a lot to try all these weird spells would also allow me to buff the shield at least somewhat, because it does... It is at least partially powered by faith. Ow. Right. That enemy has a weird hitbox, but it's fine right now. Oh, hey. Oh, it's you again. But, like, different. Are you gonna phase through the floor in one frame again, like the other one? No. You will perish like a normal creature. Well, as normal as anything is in this world, but, you know. Repair! I'm getting all sorts of fun spells. Repair is, probably not the most useful thing in the world. Normally, anyway. But, like, now I don't know what it does. Maybe it makes a giant explosion that does 500 million damage. There's no way to know. Until we try it. Realistically, it'll probably make a giant explosion that does nothing and doesn't have a hitbox. That seems to be... Preacher's right arm? Is that a weapon? It is. It's a catalyst. I did not recall this item existing. Not particularly useful for me. Ah. Hello, Dark Knight. Fire Witch Helm. Oh yeah, I remember them, kinda. This is a place you would die if you jumped off. Oh, that's a dog. War God Wooden Shield. It's shield, all right, but what's it do exactly? Wrong button. Has quick step. I'm holding it like a spear. By which I mean, I'm holding it like I have a spear that I don't have. Fair enough. The other thing I got was like a lightning gem. You have to like drop onto that, I think. Somehow. Okay. Jeez. Dunk. It's funny how the entire witch hat disappears. Making it seem like the witch hat got lost in the pool of wax. I could go down here for some purpose. Right. Millwood Nightburner. I think I'm just pretty set on my fashion souls at this point. Not super interested in not utilizing the fashion souls. Hey. Oh, this is just a way I didn't go at the start. I should probably check the elevator. This is probably a shortcut that you unlock by using the elevator. Maybe. Or there's a bookcase in the way while you move it. Right, this is in fact a shortcut. This feels a lot less like Dark Souls like normally does. Witch Hat. Because it feels like a lot less, there's a lot less threat and a lot less like, it doesn't feel like it matters as much if I die. Oh wait, I've been here. I've been here. Hey. So I unlocked a way back to somewhere I've been. But what does that mean? At least I think I've been here. I haven't been over here specifically, but you know. Cool crossbow. Oh? There's like something happened. I can't come back here. Ring of Sacrifice, Desert Pyromancer Glove. Ember, Beacon Robe. Lots of things happening. This is a ring of status resistance now. I think. Yes. Sure, why not? Oh, right, I also got a barbed straight sword. That was surprisingly instant. Does my stance have no hitbox? No, it does. It has a hitbox, at least on that attack. But yeah, I've definitely been over here already. I wonder if something can, like, randomize into having a truly ridiculous amount of bleed on it. Like, just to... Just an outrageous amount. Oh, there's a dog over here, right. Oh. I didn't notice this. Dogs do this. Lothric War Banner, Profaned Coal. Physical fire and dark on this pike, which I'm holding backwards. I have no MP. Oh, I was trying to do the thing again. Oh, I hold it correctly over here? No, I don't. It isn't... Okay, so anything that has a shield bash works properly when it's on the left hand and becomes stone skin when it's on the right hand. I have to see if this thing actually functions to at least some degree, because it does have a lot of damage types on it. I love you too, Isa. I wish I was holding this spear correctly. So this is where I opened the archives, but if I just go through them normally, I loop back around to where I was at essentially the start of this randomizer seed. So there has to be something in these archives somewhere that will let me progress, or there's another exit? Maybe? Well, there's whatever this is. I don't quite know how to get to. Oh, you go from up there. It's normal. There's whatever that is over there. Did I go down here? I did something. Yay. Dunk. Keep losing my witch hat, but because I keep dunking my face into pools of wax. I don't know how to solve this problem. That's just a soul. And I didn't quite like parse where that bookcase that I moved was. It's over here somewhere, I think. Well, it's gotta be somewhere. I just ran in a big circle. This is where the switch was, and it moved the bookcase over there, which is the part where I was like, I've been here before, so if I just keep going forward, then I'll get there. Okay. I understand. There's no reason to do this. It does have a hitbox. I can confirm it that way. That's something, at least. I think this is a long way around unnecessarily, but that's fine. Oh. I found a different spot. And now I'm back over here. Initial tests suggest that the Lothric war banner might be real. And strange, but real. Maybe. Now we're back over here. It's not what I intended. Now we're back over here. So that's not correct. Okay. What's over this way again? I'm lost in the archives. Right, that's just... yeah. That's what I thought. And then this is just the roof. What is the scale on? Strength only. It could end up being more powerful. Potentially. Oh, that is an interesting point. I don't know how the deacons are going to work in either direction. Right, it's down there that I've been trying to... No, not quite. I don't think... I'm very confused. Oh, it's over here, I believe. I think something moved over here. Yeah, I'm very lost now. I forgot how to Dark Souls 3. Yeah, like there's the lever over there. So, okay, there it is. Dragon Slayer's Axe. Well, that's not super helpful. Or, well, I don't know if it's super helpful, but like it initially doesn't seem to be particularly helpful. It's a great sword. With bad scaling and not very good stats, I guess. I mean, yeah, this place is very much a maze. But I think it's reasonable to say I don't remember how to progress in the maze, probably. Especially because I'm not trying to get to the end, I'm trying to find something that helps me do something else. And I don't know what that means. Currently, the only thing I can think of is that there is something I can pick up somewhere that has the anti-Yorm button on it. I don't believe I have such a thing. Yeah. It definitely is. Like, I assume that the key letting me get into here was a progression item, which would mean in turn that there would have to be another progression item in here somewhere, right? Like, logically speaking? But I don't think I've found anything. One would presume this. I mean, if I go back to the beginning, that's also a place I've been. The only places I hadn't been before are the entire middle. But I don't think there's anything else around. I mean, I got this banner, that's kind of cool. Oh, yeah, I've been to where it would start normally because there's shortcuts to and from there, I think. Unless there's another path I'm missing. But yeah, I think, like, I've been to the area that counts as the start of this, and thus I've been to the exits near there. And I've been to the area that counts as the end of this, and thus I've been to the exits near there. But I was given the key to this place, which makes me think there's something in here. But I think I got... Oh, no. Lightning spear. Well, that's something. Hurl lightning spear. Is it possible that the anti-Yorm effect got randomized onto a spell? Surely not. At least I don't think that would happen. I wouldn't know. Ow, ooh, ow, oof, owie. There was also one crab alive. I guess. Uh-oh. I missed! It was funny though, so it's okay. I don't really need 50,000 souls that badly. It's fine. True. Well. I can try a bunch of different things. But yeah, this is like... Okay. No, wait, that was dead again. Repairs a sorcery, I think. I didn't... Hold on. It's more nothing. Right, I don't have the rings that gave me dex on. That's actually what that was good for. Wait. Oh, my fists have a weight to them. So if I leave these spots empty, then they actually have a weight. Yeah, I remember that. But it is good to see the clarification. Dark Blade. Hey, that gave me fall damage reduction for free. I know this because I know the cat symbol. I know that one. Wait, also, why do I have a foot? Oh, it also, does it also give me like silent walk? Was that something else that I got from somewhere? Thank you for petting Calico. Wait. Oh, that's the silent walking and the cat. Okay, Dark Blade has a utility. Lightning Spear. It does nothing again. Great. That's great. I love that for me. So it seems like most of my spells don't do anything. But at least Darkblade is free this. So it's not the worst. It's funny to have my witch outfit and be holding this war banner in this manner, because it makes me think I'm gonna use it like a broomstick. A war witch, like, flying through the air on a magical banner. Sounds pretty awesome, actually. There's no reason for me to not have all of these slots full, actually, I think. This also makes it seem like a broomstick type situation. But yeah, this is like the end of the archives normally, and then this goes up here, which is what led to Firelink before. You might remember this area. So that's why the end of the archive isn't anything. And the start of the archive is that area that went to the boss that took a while to kill. So we have to find something in the middle. Apparently. Or we have to find a way to kill Yorm. Somewhere. It could be like there's a random weapon in the swamp nightmare that I didn't pick up. But I don't know if that's how the checks work. Wait. This is actually very short range, I think. Is it longer range when I don't? But yeah, we've definitely been around here before. This banner might be too short range to use, like many things have been. It might have better range when I'm not using the two-hand stance. I'm not sure. Wait, is that not free? Oh, it costs like a tiny amount. Okay. It occurred to me that I got rid of a shield. Okay, the range not great, actually. Oh. I think the banner is not gonna work out, actually. Seems like the shield is still our best weapon. By a significant margin. Right, this is the bad place to go. Yeah, at this point... Well, I don't remember exactly where my souls are, for one thing. But also, I think there's probably somewhere... Oh. Actually, this is a good opportunity to try something. Hold on. Oh. Okay, I just don't have backstab damage with this at all, no matter where it is in the loadout. That's fair. But yeah, at this point, I think that... Oh, gross. Right, you get worms all over you. Hate that for me. I don't think this is actual... Wait, no, this is actual land you can go on. Youch. I don't think there's a way to delete the worms. Should have used the fall damage thing. Maybe I just wait it out for a bit. Wait. Oh, I have to have something in the right hand to use Darkblade to get the fall damage thing. But I can't use it on a shield, right? Yeah, okay, that's funny. Oh, holding a torch might be true, yeah. I do technically have a torch. Can I use it as a... I don't think this counts as a torch in the same way. Damn, I don't have a kunai. Does this actually... No, it does not restore my ember. I hadn't paid attention to that before. Oh wait, I just did a punch. I wasn't holding my shield. Ah. I don't recall being over here, wherever this is. Is there anything over here? There is a fog gate over there? Oh. This is like closing in on the actual, like, castle? Or like it's like above it? But I don't know if it accesses it or not. If it does, then I think we found the solution. Titanite chunk. Pants. I'm getting the impression that it does not actually link up to that. Because I do know where I am now that I'm over here. It does? Well, I mean, it would through a fog gate that is now something else, probably. That's probably the catch there. Cool. But yeah, I think it does, but in a way that doesn't work for me, is what it really boils down to. Because I have to go through the fog gate and all that. At this point, I think what's likely is that there's something important in a swamp. One of the swamp related areas probably has something in it. Ow. Or I'm supposed to kill Yorm somehow. I mean, I was blocked by the idea of I'm supposed to kill this boss for a while, like early on. So it's not the most outrageous thing to be blocked by. No idea where my souls went. Don't remember where I accidentally fell off a ledge and died. Yeah, we definitely don't. Because none of the magic works. It is... So, I just realized something. We have the Storm Ruler. Before applying the Irregulator, that probably would have had the correct anti-Yorm measure on it. I think. I think the Irregulator is the last step. Or rather, it doesn't adjust the logic or anything at all, so I think I might be expected to fight Yorm. Actually. But I don't have the tools to do so. Because the third layer of randomization swapped that around. I think. As far as I know, that doesn't account for logic or anything of that sort. But I think it's still possible that there's something in this mess that might help somewhere. Because this is a big area with a lot of stuff that's easy to miss, so... Swamp mess it is. For now. Isn't there like a... There's two separate halves of the swamp mess even. Possibly even 3 halves. So... There's a lot going on here. Like, look, there's items over there that I didn't get already. Did I go over here much? No. Well, maybe. I didn't mean to do that. I guess that still helps, technically. Kind of. I think I saw an item. Yeah. Great. Wait, there's also like a boss gate over here somewhere, isn't there? The Crystal Sage. So there should be another travel point, I think. Somewhere around here. Forgot about that. Barrel. Painting Guardian gloves. They're alright, I guess. Warriors slumber ahead. The only soapstone messages we'll ever see, by the way, are the ones that are like pre-installed, I guess. I don't remember where the Crystal Sage Gate is, but I think they're connected to this area somewhere. The warriors that slumber ahead, I think, are already dead, so that's not a problem either. Yeah, alright. That's fine. I think the camera doesn't know what to do with that information. That would be fun. Twinkling Titanite. I definitely have enough to upgrade this by now. I have to get up there to get to that. Probably. God, the boulder lizard. The big rat! And the gargoyles here again. Right, I can go over there somehow. And I think that's something. God, yeah, this area has so much in it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Right, this is the club meeting over here, I think. Gross. Well, we don't need to deal with all that, really. Dog. There is something satisfying about running around in a Dark Souls game and killing everything in one hit. With a shield, for some reason, I guess. I don't remember if I went over here or not already. Oh. Oh, that's fine. Cool spell. Oh yeah, I guess I did. Someone's chanting. Oh. Okay, yeah, I've been in here. I distinctly recall this now, because I went over here. There's an item. There's definitely stuff I missed somewhere. This area is also a bit of a maze. In a way. In that there's a lot of stuff. Here's the thing I was trying to get to, though. That's good. Trousers. Eh. Hey, but where's the sage? I don't remember. Stop that. Stop it. There's probably just another way I can go from this general area that I didn't try also. More divine tome. If I find the sorcerer or priest NPCs, I can try to learn spell. I've got bundles of those. Also, if I find that... Yeah, I've been over here, but I don't know if I went backwards from here, actually. Unless I emerged from backwards from here at some point. Which I think I did. Yeah, I wandered in from this direction, but where was this again? Is this where the sage was? Was the sage before this whole part? Right, this is the Archdragon Peak hallway, which I can't do anything from. I think I just have to fight Yorm without the Storm Ruler? Unless there's a Crystal Sage pathway. I'll look around here more. I don't think the sage leads into this room, but they might. Yeah, I just don't remember from what direction. No, you shan't. I just said shan't. That's not a word. It is now, though. Well, that was just me being reckless. So, that's nothing. I should care a little bit about the souls that I have, because I can use them to upgrade the shield more. But it's not that expensive. Did I go over here? Is this some... Yeah, that's what I thought. I've been over here. Okay. I just can't, for some reason, find the actual entrance to Sage. Is it like over there somewhere? So hold on. Hello, giant rat. I was hoping the giant rat would try to follow me and die of fall damage. So not this bonfire, obviously. Keep ruins. Wait, keep ruins? Oh, I misunderstood. This is definitely not the right place. Okay, so... Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, but which left? I guess any left that I go is a witch left at this time, because I my hat and so on. Is that anything? Okay, so this way. I definitely looked around over here, though. Ow. More left. Yeah, this is the entrance. I've also looked around over here. But it's not over here either. Man, this dog followed me for a bit. Oh, you do have a look at me to harm me thing. Wait, have I opened this door? It does not open from this side. No, not that. There. Okay, I don't know what the physics were doing there. That's fine. Well, following the stone wall gets me to a dead end. And then this is the start of the area. Are we like 1000% sure that Sage isn't before Road of Sacrifices and leads into this? I feel like Sage is in this section, but for some reason I can't find them. And that's weird.
The guide says, return to the ruins, and in the room where you summoned Igon you can exit to the ascending path and through a tall doorway to engage the area boss, Crystal Sage.
I don't know who Igon is. Also, the ruins is like 90% of the Dark Souls game. Also, I'm being wrecked by a dog and a guy suddenly. Also, what do you mean in the room? There's not rooms here. Not really. Also, NPC summons don't exist for me. I feel like I've looped the perimeter of this area. Also, that's true. But yeah, I feel like I've checked this whole place like 3 times. Somehow. I keep finding places where I'm like, this looks really familiar, but it's never the answer. Like, this is the room where you originally get the sorcerer set. There are multiple bonfires as well. So the bonfire also does not particularly narrow anything down too much. Also, going back to the bonfire just respawns all the enemies and makes looping around the area more difficult again, I think. The Keep Ruins bonfire is in a different area, actually. The one that was called Keep Ruins is in the other swamp. I think... Well, you can't... Well, okay, I could manually travel there. Wait, is this... Oh, I found it. Okay. It's definitely over here. Problem is... I no longer have any Estus, but that's fine. Well, that's... I forgot it was this weird to find. But what's over here? Is it gonna be like Slave Knight Gale or something? No, it's the Undead Settlement. Okay. Hey.
All you faceless... No, if you've any sense, you here, in this, if like the others, then go on ahead. Traipse right, you'll face death. Enough death to leave.
Well, we found something. Alright. As I recall, this is a little bit of a ways away from a bonfire, so death will be a bit of a setback if we die here. Arster's Spear and Lloyd's Shield Ring. Okay. What does that mean? More absorption? God, I don't know what that translates to, but okay. And Arster's Spear. Requires 32 strength, and also doesn't really have much going for it. Except for having a spear length and a like longsword animation. Yeah, dying here would be a problem, a little bit. Percent damage reduction. Alright, fair enough. Also, I'm realizing that it's kind of late in terms of the time, but that's fine, I think. I am having fun. I am apparently invested in this randomizer for right now. I think it's a bit of a ways from a bonfire. Oh, that's don't do that. Cool arrow. Cool arrow. Oh, you know. Oh, there might be something over here, yeah. Oh, I got an Estus back. That seemed like an actual projectile, like, real for once. Launching a humanity at someone. Great curse-ridden tree. Does not open from this side. Well. Yeah. It'll be fine, maybe. There might be a bonfire up there-ish somewhere. There was supposed to be an enemy lurking here. Divine pillars of light. Cool. That would probably be sick if it was real, but it'll probably do nothing. Maybe. Stop. Stop standing there, I guess, is what I meant by that. Well, that works too. That's fine for... Yeah? I don't know what that is. I don't love witnessing the cloud of darkness over here. Oh. You know what? No. I think that's a glitched out, like, fragment of one of the enemies that bursts into curse, you know? Does not open from this side. Is this an area full of does not open? Also, notched whip. Definitely does not function as a whip does. Oh, there's a bonfire down there. Hold on. Stop making that sound. It's gross. Okay, I need to... do this. Uh-oh. Or maybe the bonfire's in the other... No, there it is. I can't access it. There we go. Bonfire lit. Blah, 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 blah. I did it. Great pillars of light, or divine pillars of light, huh? It makes a circle again that does nothing. I love that for me. I have this sword for the express purpose of casting no fall damage, please, on myself. Do I have like a really lightweight? I have a number of lightweight things that would weigh the same as my fist. That I would... This would be actually less. Assuming I can... Yeah, I can cast Dark Blade on the whip. Okay. That looks uncomfortable. To have the spines of the whip in your back like that. Let's just have the longsword there, because it could have a use. Like, normally. To have a, like, a relatively normal longsword. So I did find a bonfire. It might be wise to stop soon or something. I guess. I'll lose my place. But I guess that wouldn't be too different from what's happening right now. Oh, hello. Wrong button. I do think I want to continue this though. Because I'm obviously not going to do all of this in one sitting successfully. Oh.
Aha! Welcome to my... I am Cornic, a crow, and... But here we are. I hear the care to learn some... most wise. To reiterate the pleasure.
I found a way to learn pyromancy. That's something. Heavy boots. New store. Oh. It was right over there, yes. Is there anything else I can do from here when there's two doors that don't open? I think I'm stuck in the middle of an area that I can't really do much with, essentially. There's a cage I can go into. Is it the one that the pyromancer was in? That would kind of make sense. That does sound familiar. It's not that one. I think it really might expect me to fight Yorm. Tunnel near where I entered? Back over here? No, this wasn't where I entered. Ow. I think it was over here, actually. Cool spell, I guess. Ow. Directions such as to the right are, as always, difficult to follow for a streamer, I believe. Oh. There's a tunnel here. Is this also... Yep. This is also does not open from this side. If that's what you meant. I didn't notice that title. So there's 3 exits to this area that I can't enter, it seems. However, there's a different tunnel across the bridge. Okay, but also I could drop down there. Oh yeah, there is. You're right. Yeah, this can do backstab damage still. Okay, there's a few options. This didn't look like a tunnel from that angle. I think. Yeah, I like turned around when I got here. That's right. Oh, it's one of these guys. Their fire attack is now nothing. Also, they just... Whoop. They simply stand back up. It's very silly. Sorry, I've found new places to go, and now I'm not wanting to stop again. Wait. Oh. Yeah? Well, okay. I forgot about that enemy type, but, no problem. I guess. It's locked. Oh no. I'm sorry. Okay, this was it doesn't open from this side that I just saw, I think? No, this is a different bonfire altogether. Yeah. There's something else over here too, I think. Maybe? Maybe not. There was another... I could also, like, fall to a place that I'm not supposed to be at using my Dark Blade. I think I noticed. Yeah, I remember this area. This is early in the normal game, typically. Deep Braille Divine Tome. Okay. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff over this way. I think I accidentally kicked that skeleton, but I only sort of processed it. Oops. Oh boy, rubbish. Also, I haven't tried to use this. It gave me an armor buff. Oh yeah, there's supposed to be arrows here. You're right. Yorshka's chime. Shoutouts to Yorshka. But yeah, that's definitely why I'm not getting shot at the moment. I got Solar's hat. And it's pretty alright. Fittingly, it has a lot of dark resistance, actually. It's pretty appropriate. Good job, Solaris Hat. Oh, you're alive. Not anymore. Jumping in Dark Souls is bad. Did you know? Gaming? There we go. That's 5,000 souls, I believe. So that's cool. Oh, I thought there was a... Okay, there's the... Right, here's the door that did not open from that side. And also the boss gate for the tree. Normally. I think. Or the Lost... No, not the Lost Giant. That's Dark Souls 2, I think. I don't know things. I know some things. Oh. Yeah? Alright, sure. Hey, man. Crystal Cinder is a cool name. Cool.
End boss defeated. Roll credits.
Undead Legion armor. I guess not roll credits. We should go back to Firelink. We got a new merchant somewhere. We got some bone ash, I think. I can upgrade the shield. Or bone shard, rather. Yeah, we got a few places to explore now, suddenly. Right.
No, but your accursed fate.
Oh, you used scales on the Storm Ruler. Weird. Ah, you need a slab for the last of a twinkling. Okay. That makes sense. Right, Titanite's scale is for boss weapons. I was mistaking the difference between the scale and the slab. That's what it was. Like, I thought the scale was the high-end thing, but no.
Okay, be careful. I don't.
Now where's the Pyromancer guy? Show up in here. Don't recall. Oh, you're right there.
Ah, there you are. I wish to for trusting, and as promised, but first.
First, you'll need Soul Greatsword.
You don't burn your...
Don't burn yourself with the Soul Greatsword. Okay. This is definitely not pyromancies, but there is a scythe. So, like, cool. 45 strength for this longbow, please. Oh. Learn pyromancies is lift chamber key. Also, Helm of Thorns costs 20,000 for some reason. I don't remember a lift chamber, but I did buy it because the key always important. All right, what's this scythe? Oh, now that seems promising. Oh, it's also got weapon skill, which means that it doesn't have anything. This seems potentially promising. Also, it's funny to carry it this way. If the hitbox correlates to the size of the weapon in any way, shape, or form, this could be good. Also, oh, this is also twinkling. All right. God, I hope this is good. Because it would rule if it was. Oh yeah. I guess my best actual shield is weapon name still. So you could argue in favor of some of the great shields by virtue of being great shields, meaning they get more stability, kind of, but you know, kind of. This is souls. This is nothing. I'm just gonna sell the soul items because they're still worth their value. So I still get stuff out of doing that. I'm not gonna sell the boss souls, of course. No, I don't think there's... I could buy a sunlight medal, but I don't think that has a purpose. Oh, I could buy more twinkling titanite. That's good. I can buy the transposing kiln, and I didn't notice it was in here. That's good to find and notice.
Ashen one.
Okay, hold on. Now we can see the boss weapons for the souls that we picked up. That's Aldrich's chair. It's different.
Fret not for... Oh? See, not tramp in.
Very good carving. Required items. Soul of a demon. Titanite slabs for the Nameless King. And Aldrich. Firekeeper Soul for Aldrich. Oh god, what does the Firekeeper Soul do again? Yorm's Great Machete. Hunter's Ring. Oh boy, there's some stuff going on here. What is the Firekeeper Soul for again? I think you can give it to the Firekeeper, like the eyes, and that does something?
Give to the Firekeeper to enable healing of the Dark Sigil.
Oh, the Dark Sigil. We don't have that. And it's fine. So a slab could be, or a slab or two could be very useful. The only thing the demon can do is give us the machete, which looks mediocre, and the very good carving. So, you know, gotta get that. I don't need the Firekeeper soul. So
very good.
True. So I'll take a slab. And then Nameless King can give us a ring. But what does the ring do, Nameless King? I don't know. We'll have to find out. And so I shall purchase it. Okay, so... It gives me a gold circle, which I don't recall what that means. I don't recall that buff icon. Is there a Dark Souls 3 buff icons list? Because that seems pretty important at this point. Oh, there is an icon list. Okay, that's HP regeneration. The blue one that I saw earlier was FP regeneration, and also one that I saw earlier was HP leech. Yeah, you did say that FP regen. I think you sounded a little bit unsure, if I recall, but I don't know. The other icon I have is Altered Roll, is just what it calls it. So I could have HP regen, but it's typically not very much unless the values are adjusted in the randomizer, which is possible, I think. Technically, probably. Yeah, there is no guarantee of such a thing. Well, I mean, Altered Roll is true, at least. Right, so I got slabs. I can upgrade this shield to max.
Just wasn't it? Pretty big.
Yeah, that seems pretty good. It's possible that this scythe will also be useful, though.
Them to very well, then take.
I don't have enough souls for a level, but that's okay.
Farewell, Mace.
I was given a new spell. Mm-hmm. Who's ready for Soul Greatsword? Oh. Wait, that's probably actually something. Granted, it's like Toxic Mist, probably, but still. Like, we're assuming... I don't know if I can assume that it is Toxic Mist, even though it looks like it. So, yeah. Oh! Hello, welcome! I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be playing, but hello! Thank you for the raid. This is a Dark Souls 3 randomizer, and it's quite a chaotic experience so far. And I forget where I just was. It was over here, I think. We just finally got a spell that might do anything. Thank you for following also. So let's see if the spell does anything. Let's also see if the scythe does anything. All right, here I go. Oh, I forgot about Hodrick. Hey, Hodrick. What's up, Hodrick? Oh, you've got a bow that doesn't work. That's cool. Oh, wait. Yeah? Looks like nothing. Looks like a whole lot of nothing. Take this, Hodrick. Are you poisoned yet? Do you feel bad yet? No? Okay. Alright, how about the scythe then? Okay, the scythe seems reasonable. Ow. Okay. Scythe real. Vertebra shackle. Scythe real. At least a little bit. Spell not real. However, scythe probably not likely to outperform the shield as of right now. Yeah, a little more than reasonable is probably true. I like holding it this way, it's funny. But yeah, it seems like the reach does depend on the model. All right, thanks for stopping by. See you later, maybe. Okay. Okay, so the scythe is fast, has low stamina, does 3 types of damage, and has a giant hitbox, apparently. Oh. And I got grabbed by a bug. That's fine too. Well, not really. I would prefer not. Ah. I'm dying. I died. Well, okay, that's fair. Don't do that, you weird creature that has a voice line in a Dark Souls game, which is really weird to me still. Okay, so we found a weapon that's anything. That's a good start. Yeah, not many of them do, but some of them do. So what I should do, probably, is have these two on the right hand, have an actual shield TM on the left hand, and also have the one potentially useful talisman, because the only useful spell that I found, like, for real is Dark Blade, I think. But I think, yeah, we could actually dual wield shields, which I hadn't thought about until, like, right now, for some reason. Also, I don't think this is where I'm supposed to be going. I think I like got to the end of, yeah, I got to the end of this. I went into the, I meant to go back to the Crystal Sage is where I meant to go. But I could also like look around here more, I think. Potentially. There might be some other stuff. It took me a bit to remember where I was. Okay, yeah, scythe, real. For sure. Is that good? Sound didn't sound like a good sound that happens when good things happen. Okay. I need to power up this scythe as soon as possible. It seems busted. And I thought the shield was good, which it is. Okay. Ow. Speaking of scythes, what about Frida's scythe? Like, freaking guess just here. God, this would be really cool if this wasn't randomized. Like this one specifically, probably. I bet this would be sick. How's this? How's this? Oh, you can hack down the bodies. That's great to know, I guess. I mean, it is still a giant hitbox, but it's probably not as good. Also, hold. What is that? Oh. Yeah. So its weapon skill is to be glitched out. Oh, this is actually the scythe moveset? But like, the moveset that a single scythe is supposed to have, more or less. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, stop it. I think I accidentally clicked out of the window or something. Well, that's fine and all, but this thing is the actual scythe that we care about. It does seem like a polearm sort of moveset for sure. Whereas this is like a scimitar or something? But like with 3 times the range? I don't know exactly what this is. But it's good. I know that. And we also still have that shield for when I need to do a big hit. Oh right, the part where there's a lot of enemies. Ow. Quick, just mash the button, and everything will die eventually. Woo! Ow. Wait, you're just the Crystal Sage. Get out of here. Stop that. Why are you here? Why are you an enemy? At least I think that was... Maybe that's just a regular enemy type also. I already have... Ow! I already have that soul arrow. That's fine. Leggings of Thorns. Well, the Helmet of Thorns was ridiculously expensive, so... Do they actually have the effect of rolling to do damage, is the question. God, they have claws, I forgot. Oh yeah, that's true. Hey. They don't have the effect. Unless that's only on the body armor or something. It might be. Oh, that's not an enemy. These enemies are like supposed to be here. Get out of here. Ow. Oh, bow. All pieces can damage? Then that's not on this armor, I guess. Well. Bows have all been randomized to require 1 million strength to use. For some reason. Wait, this is a different... That's a different strong attack on quote-unquote weapon skill. So I just have a different strong attack for free. I simply have more moveset, should I choose to. Yeah, it's got like a different running attack and everything. Huh. That's fascinating, actually. Oh, hell yeah, Kukri. The time is now. 3 of them, even. Alright, you. Get a load of this. You know, I don't know what I was expecting. Truthfully. Anyway. Just take a look at this! Yay! Okay, yeah, this scythe is really good.
I'll be examining this.
Thank you, Barry. You're following my instructions correctly. I remember this area. It's very close to the start of the real normal game. Wait. Oh. You know, that makes sense. I'll try not to keep streaming for too much longer. I don't want people to be, like, kept awake by the adventures of Briar the Scythe Witch in the world of chaos, or whatever. But I think I do want to... Like, I'm having fun, so I think I want to stream this again at some point. Probably. Gotta at least complete a playthrough, perhaps. I thought you were alive. Which means that I needed to kill you, apparently. Isn't there... There's some... Oh, right, there is one of you who's alive. And is an NPC.
Oh, a champ to be in. I am Yol of somehow. Well, perhaps say, champion. I was once a sort... Oh, I should be dead.
Yol of Londor. Hey, yeah, we've seen this from a different angle. Bloodlust. Well, I was just saying about how I was trying to kill everything, so, you know. Katana, normally. Oh. It's bad. It's no good. Unfortunate. I'm glad we did finally find a weapon that was also good, though. So it wasn't the shield the whole time. That would have been a little bit disappointing. My computer is disagreeing with playing Dark Souls 3 for this long, I think. It's a little bit heated. Oh, there's a bonfire here? I forgot. Well, is there anything else up here on the roof? Yes, thought so. Gauntlets. And then... I think this particular area is a bit of a dead end, sort of. So, okay, what I'll do is I'll go see Yol of Londor and see what's up with Yol of Londor. Also, I think I just noticed that my Black Witch wrappings have nails. Yeah, I've got like nails. Briar's got purple long nails with these gloves. I didn't notice that before. They're a little bit difficult to see. Scythe Witch doesn't know any magic except for killing you with the scythe. Or a shield. There's Yule.
Oh, this pill, and I never.
Yeah, the draw out true strength. I can get magic weapon. I can get Silver Eagle Kite Shield. She does know some magic. She can make a bunch of special effects. She has Prestidigitation, and that's it. She took Magic Initiate entirely to get Prestidigitation and some other random thing like Guidance maybe, and then Featherfall. Even though I think that's a second level spell, she cheated a little bit. That's it. Those are her spells. You're right. I always want to take Prestidigitation. So I could do the draw out true strength thing. I don't know if I should or not. Doesn't seem particularly necessary. But I could do that, I guess. Oh, right. That's what the very good carving does. I regret to inform you that it does not say very good. Yeah. So that means in turn that the other consequence of it is that it unlocks the third ending. Or at least it is a step to do so. But I think that's already messed up by just the order of events happening. So that probably doesn't matter. I could get some levels, but I don't think I need them, is the thing, really. Oh, since Ember doesn't do anything, I can just sell it.
Ashen one.
I think what I'll do is just, put points into strength, probably. Unless this scythe is more dex.
Just wasn't it?
Can I check it out? Goes from C to C. I do need... Right, I guess I just got magic weapon. I gotta try that too. Hold on. What if I got an actual real spell? At any point? Oh wait, no. I want dark weapon. Dark Blade. Also, wait, why did I put a talisman on? I need the staff instead. Wait. Can you not use this on the scythe? That's sad if so. Hold on. You can't. That gave me something. Hold on. It probably normally has like an element or something like that. Hold on, oh, that's just attack up? By like how much though, I wonder? Oh, that's really short. Again, not worth it. Oh wait, Darkblade is a miracle. That's why. Okay, so 20%, not bad, but it lasts for like 2 seconds. So 80k. Not super valuable. I don't usually say IDK. I don't know why I said that. There's no particular use for anything. Wait, this is... I can just use this one. This one is lighter weight, and I only need it to cast the spell. So, this scythe is Pontiff Knight Great Scythe. Oh, it has bleed. I didn't process that it has bleed on it as well. That is probably a contributing factor to why it blows things up. That makes sense. What does that again do again? I'm guessing that's defense up. Of some sort. Yes, it is. That could be anything. Oh, it goes away when I put the chime away. That's funny. Including when I dual wield. That's very limited in application, it turns out. So yeah, I'll level up.
I should predict them to look very well.
That makes sense. Hold on.
Farewell.
Can I talk to you from a little bit further away?
I
Yes.
should predict them to look very well. Then take.
That's it. Now you can see the nails. They're a lovely shade of purple. Finally, time to buff an attack stat. A little bit.
Farewell, Mason.
And that will probably be a good stopping point for today. I went for 7 hours apparently. I think I like Dark Souls 3. You might know this because... How many hours of this do I have on Steam? Hold on. Playtime, 410.2 hours. You've unlocked all achievements. Yeah, I might like Dark Souls 3. Still. And also randomizers are fun and funny. And we all had a great time with the kukri and such. It's great. I can't objectively say that we all had a great time, but I hope that you did. And I will probably play more of this. Wait, I'm level 51. Seems high. I will probably play more of this in the future. I ran out of interest in Monster Hunter Stories, but I think I want to complete this run, or at least see where it's going. And hey, maybe Yorm isn't immune to bleed. Maybe we can do that. Maybe that's something, actually. That might be something. I don't know. So, hopefully I'll remember where stuff is next time. I wrote one note that is no longer relevant, so my notes document isn't particularly helpful, so I'm not going to keep it. And yeah, I hope you all have a good rest of your day and or night. Thank you very much for watching. If you liked the stream, consider telling other people that the stream was cool and fun. Lightning and dark. Hold on. Let me double check the damage types on the scythe by fire and dark. Well, hey, there we go. There's at least a little, it's physical fire, dark, and bleed. There's at least a little bit. But yeah, anyway, So yeah, thank you very much for watching. This was really fun for me, and I hope it was fun for you too. And I will see you next stream, whenever that may be. Good night, everyone.